We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff! We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together. That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Team here in Houston will be able to relay any statuses for the day, any plans for the astronauts, and answer any questions from the crew themselves. We are a mission elapsed time of 6 days and 18 hours since the launch of Orion atop the Space Launch System from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, but we are on Flight Day 8, so before we get into the flight day, let's take a moment to get reacquainted with our crew. Artemis II Commander Reid Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. That's a 165-day mission during which his crew completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022, and back on Earth has 2 daughters. Artemis II pilot Victor Glover was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. At that time, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. And that was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the Space Shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. Back on Earth, he and his wife have 4 children. Mission Specialist Christina Koch is a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the Astronaut Corps the same year as Victor Glover, 2013. She served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to February 2020, during which she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman, with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. During that expedition, she also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk with her colleague Jessica Meir, currently aboard the International Space Station. Before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. First-time flyer Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is flying to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. This London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009 and then worked as a CAPCOM, or Capsule Communicator, here in Mission Control. CAPCOM stands for Capsule Communicator. Again, that's the sole direct voice communicating with the astronauts in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. And in 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking, and back here on Earth, Jeremy and his wife have 3 children. That's your Artemis II crew, now 6 days, 18 hours, and 3 minutes in space.
Integrity Houston for Reid. PCD-1 update is complete. Go for use and email.
All right, Stan, that is outstanding. We also had a couple items for PAO from yesterday in the imagery for downlink on that PCD, 3 folders with GMT097. Hopefully you guys got those down, but I don't see the downloaded tag on them.
Reid will start bringing those down now.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Those calls from NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis II, Reid Wiseman, letting the ground teams know that they have more imagery they'd like to send down. We really look forward to seeing that, and we've really enjoyed seeing all of the photos that they've sent so far. If you've missed any of them, please visit NASA's social media. That's at NASA or at NASA Artemis, or just go to images.nasa.gov. You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft, now at 198,048 miles from Earth, that little crescent in your screen. Of course, that'll continue to grow over the next couple of days, looking significantly larger tomorrow and even more so on Friday as we prepare for splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. We're now 85,930 miles away from the moon, having completed our lunar flyby on flight day 6. In this live view, you can also see Orion's European Service Module. That large thruster in the middle is the OMS engine, or Orbital Maneuvering System engine. That's what we used to complete the translunar injection burn on flight day 2. That translunar injection burn is what put us on this path that sent us around the moon and also committed us to our splashdown. Since the translunar injection burn, we have only completed 2 small trajectory correction burns. These are using the reaction control thruster systems on Orion. We are live in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. The crew woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time today, and they are still in their post-sleep period, getting to eat some breakfast, configure the cabin for the day, and it's about an hour until we expect to hear from them for the daily planning conference. That's when the team here in the ground will report out any systems updates or things that the crew needs to know ahead of another interesting day. Today on the timeline, the crew will be working with their orthostatic intolerance garment. This is OIG. The crew will take body circumference measurements and don or put on and wear and take off that orthostatic intolerance garment. They will wear this underneath their The crew will each take turns taking these measurements for each other, and at the same time, a couple of other crew members will be exercising. Later in the crew's day, they will also conduct the manual piloting demo. If you recall, they conducted the first part of this demo just a few days ago when 2 crew members were performing part of this manual piloting demo. This is the chance for the other 2 crew members to do the same. They will center a target in the window field of view and pilot based to the tail to sun attitude. This is typically how we charge the batteries aboard Orion, by putting those solar arrays directly towards the sun. So this is an opportunity for the crew to yet again manually fly the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston for docking cam power.
Go ahead, Stan.
The docking cam is shut down. You can unplug it and plug in the USB charger. If you're taking the camera out, please leave the bracket installed.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to leave the docking camera installed for the most part today. I don't expect us taking it down, but we'll let you know if we do. Thanks. We're turning it off.
Roger.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, at Johnson Space Center. We are in the Orbit 1 shift, and the astronauts woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time aboard Orion. This view coming from the spacecraft, looking alive at us back here on Earth, the destination for our crew. Splashdown is targeted for April 10th, 2 days, 7 hours, and 1 minute from now. The crew is in their post-sleep period, so they're taking time to get ready before their day. So it's going to be a little quiet for the next approximately 45 minutes to an hour. We are in a temporary loss of signal with our video aboard the Orion spacecraft. We expect to regain that communication shortly. 6 days, 18 hours, and 33 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. Again, the crew is waking up in their post-sleep period. They have a full day today after having a little bit of a rest day yesterday following their very, very busy lunar flyby on Flight Day 6.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for your weather brief on private Orion to Earth 2.
Over now.
You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission. Soak in this view of Earth because it's going to be rapidly changing over the next few days. We are now 6 days, 18 hours, and 40 minutes into the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft, targeting splashdown just over 2 days and 6 hours from now. As you just heard, the ground team called to the crew aboard Orion. They are ready for a little weather briefing, and that would be specifically for their splashdown attempt. By allowing them to have a private discussion on their loops or their communication channels, this lets the astronauts ask any questions or express any concerns freely. We're live in Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, continuing to monitor the flight of our crew aboard Orion. The spacecraft is now 197,043 miles away from Earth, the small sliver you see on your screen. You can keep up with where Orion is at and its configuration at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. Again, the crew is in their post-sleep period, having woken up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, and we expect to speak with them in about 40 minutes. That'll be for the daily planning conference when teams on the ground relay the status of the spacecraft for the day, as well as answer any questions from the crew before they get to work. We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A quiet morning so far. The crew woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time and have since been in their post-sleep period, getting ready for the day. We expect to talk with them in about 30 minutes for the daily planning conference. We're at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours, and 2 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, the first flight of humans aboard Orion. We are now 87,479 miles away from the moon, a number that continues to grow. A reminder, at closest approach just 2 days ago, we were only about 4,067 miles away from the moon's surface. We expect to talk with the crew in about 15 minutes for their daily planning conference. This is following their post-sleep period, and will get them ready for the day.
Houston Integrity, do y'all want the downlink or not this morning?
And Reid, we always love to see you, but we won't have the bandwidth. Stand by. All right, Reid, below that, we would love your video. We're going to stop some file downlink in order to get it.
Okay, sounds good. We'll get it on in just the next minute or two.
Looking forward to it.
At a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours, and 10 minutes, we are continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis II. Now, before the crew launched, you'll recall seeing them suit up in their bright orange spacesuits, and those are called the Orion Crew Survival System Suits, or OCS. They also put those on inside the spacecraft the other day to do some testing on what they would do if there were an emergency depressurization event. They will also put these suits back on before they return to Earth. So the astronauts are dressing for space in these orange suits, helping confirm the performance for long duration use. Let's take a look.
The Artemis II mission will be a 10-day mission to the moon and back. The purpose of this mission is primarily to test out the Orion spacecraft for the future missions where we will go and land on the lunar surface. One of the fun things that we will actually be doing is donning the suits while we're in microgravity and actually experiencing them in the true pressurized weightless environment in the vehicle. I'm Dustin Gomert. I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager, NASA Johnson Space Center, and this is how you dress for space. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying them for the Orion mission. The Orion Crew Survival System, OCSS, or OCS, is the suit designed to keep the crew safe in an atmosphere, personal atmosphere around their body for launch, entry, landing, but also for long duration events in case there was an emergency on the way to the moon. There's several unique parameters that have to be designed in such a suit, such as how much pressure it can hold, the duration it can hold the pressure for, the amount of leakage that comes out of the suit, all the physiological functions. Each suit that the crew wears is custom built for their unique anatomy. It's your personal environment, it's a personal pressure vessel. It's, in the simplest terms, a body-shaped balloon. Each fit check, the crew gets practice donning and doffing the suit to understand how to rapidly get the suit on in the event of an emergency. The suit is put on very much like any other garment. Instead of the zipper being in the front, it's in the back though. The pants are put on very much just like any pair of pants, and then you would climb into the suit and stand up. Your head will come through the neck ring, and the suit is effectively donned. Generally, you get a buddy to help you zip it up from behind, and then you can don your gloves, your helmet, and at that point, you're effectively sealed inside the suit. You may think you recognize the suit that we're designing from its heritage in the shuttle program. There is very much similarities between this suit and that flown in the shuttle, the Advanced Crew Escape suit. The OC suit, however, is very specifically designed for its unique mission. And this unique mission is long-duration survival in the space capsule environment. In this context, if you're circling the moon or in transit to the moon and have to do a spin around to come back, it could take up to 6 days to return home. In this case, the suit has to be designed perfect to the occupant wearing it. The person is provided with all the necessities to support life for that duration, including food, drink, air, and bodily waste management as well. The orange layer is actually Nomex, and the Nomex is designed to keep the crew safe in case of a contingency heat or flashover event. The orange, in particular, is chosen because the capsule lands at sea, so international orange is very, very visible for maritime recovery. The blue V that runs down the chest of the suit is part of the torso harness that's sewn underneath the cover layer. Each of those is designed for reflectivity. Should crew come in, shine a light on them, instantly they know where to grab and how to save the crew. Working here on these suits is an absolute privilege. The weight of it is also incredible in knowing the ultimate responsibility that you and the team share. That crew is the #1 priority. It's kind of overwhelming in a sense. It's exciting in a sense. It's awe-inspiring in every possible way. I have a feeling when the day comes, the crew is up there and everything's safe, there's going to be a massive sigh, a massive sense of just joy that we all feel. We're all looking forward to it. It's going to be amazing.
You're looking live at a view inside the Orion spacecraft, now on flight day 8 into the first flight of astronauts aboard Orion. All 4 crew members are just wrapping up their post-sleep period, getting ready for the day and getting ready for their daily planning conference. We're expecting that here momentarily when they'll talk down with teams in Mission Control Houston, getting an update on their systems aboard the spacecraft, any plans for today, and asking and answering any questions. Again, some of the activities we expect the crew to participate in today include putting on and measuring for their orthostatic intolerance garments, or OIGs. They'll also get in some exercise, and we will see them in a couple of public affairs events as well. Later this evening, they will continue that manual piloting demo where the crew members get a chance to manually fly the spacecraft. It's looking more like a regular timeline today for the crew following yesterday's mostly rest day. Another introduction to our crew members aboard Orion closest to the camera is Commander and NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman. Next to him is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen making his first trip to space. To Hansen's right is Victor Glover, pilot of the spacecraft, and all the way in the back currently, NASA astronaut Christina Koch, mission specialist.
Houston Integrity, we're here with you for the DPC.
And we're here with you. A couple of quick system notes to start. We put a routine state vector update on board about 30 minutes ago. Also, the Orion clock drift has been very small off-flight. We just put our one and expected only time correction on board. We put a little predict on that, so we think it'll be almost exactly 0 at entry. For timeline, Victor, first item for you when you're ready to copy.
Okay, we copy clock, drift, and the state vector, and Victor's ready.
So we'd like to make a change to your flywheel axle stow activity later today. We didn't have a chance to put this in the timeline. So before you work flywheel axle stow, please turn on both accelerometers, leave them on for 5 minutes, then take them both off, then execute the stow procedure as written. So we're trying to get some background axle data during that 5 minutes. How copy?
Okay, we got it.
All right, next, you are carrying a flag from Apollo 18. We'd like you to pull it out and make it visible for the news conference after lunch, MET 7 days, 3 hours, 10 minutes. That flag is in locker Bravo 2, CTB B2, labeled OFK, emesis bags, and contingency tools. No comment on the emesis bags. For microbial concerns, please don't take the flag out of its packaging. The packaging is a triangular bag. One side of that bag is clear so that you can display the flag without opening the bag.
Okay, we copy that, Stan.
We have 2 questions for Christina about data location.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, question number 1. Which PCD has the imagery from yesterday's opportunistic observations?
I will have to check. I thought I put that in the crew notes for the event. Let me think about that as a PCD rover. I'm not 100% sure at this time. I will check and let you know. Next question?
Copy. For your next question, we saw your note in Optimus for the post-flyby crew conference saying that you may have an additional card of data to downlink. Do you know if there is one or not?
Yes, I did add that. It was serial number 15, and I can check on that PCD as well and let you know.
Excellent. Thank you. Looking ahead for timeline at MET 1955 and 1945, we have two overlapping activities for Victor's 4K video and Christina's T5 camera urine vent that call for both of you to use the same camera lens. So we're sorry for not catching that conflict. You can either hand the lens off in real time, or if it's not practical, it's okay for Victor to use the 35mm lens instead.
Okay, we are good on that.
Great, and we see the flag. Thank you for pulling that out. Reid, can you please tell us what time you took the historical photos for saliva collection this morning?
We are going to have to do that at a later time, Stan.
Roger. Next, a favor for the prop console when you're ready to copy numbers.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, we have 12 quid command states that don't match between MCC and onboard, and we'd like you to check on cautionwarning.util for quids number 2214 through 2226. So that's 2214 through 2226, but not 2222. We expect all 12 of those to be inhibited. If they are that way, you can just say they're all inhibited. You don't have to call them down individually.
Okay, you want all the quids between 2214 and 2226, excluding 2222, to be inhibited. And we're just going to report their current state.
Yes, please. That's a good readback. Getting near the end here, did you dispense any water from the secondary line yesterday? About this time, we saw about 350 mils come out of the tank.
We did. We thought we were being good stewards of balancing our water tanks, and then we read the daily summary and put it back.
Roger, no problem. And lastly, can you please give us a reading for the side hatch pressure gauge?
Okay, it is just over 2,000.
Copy, just over 2,000. Thank you. That is all we had for you. What do you have for us?
Got some AGA readings, CO2 2.3, O2 27, temperature 76, and the pressure is 10.45. For Avatar, all of it is lit except for number 14 on the second row. And then D5, just in case you've got any ideas, a couple of times yesterday when recording exercise, we know for sure we started the recordings and the camera was not bumped, but it stopped recording around the 4-minute mark in 2 occasions, and we're not really sure why. The battery didn't die. If anyone's got any troubleshooting tips, we'll take them.
Copy, AGA, Avatar, and mysterious D5 behavior. We'll go look into that.
Okay, and just 2 more things for you. The permanent comm loss message you sent up today, really like that. That's excellent, really useful. Great job on that. And it was really fun to see the team photos in the daily summary. That just lit us up, and we're looking forward to seeing Orbit 1 and 2 photos tomorrow, I hope.
Roger that. Thanks for those words.
You guys are a sharp-looking bunch. All right, we're ready to get after it.
Please do. We will be watching and waiting to help.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft of our crew on the Artemis II mission. Now a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours, and 30 minutes. The crew woke up at 10:30 a.m. Central Time today, just completed their post-sleep period and their DPC, their daily planning conference. Heard a lot of communication from the ground. That's Capcom Stan Love here in Houston speaking with the crew. One of the items you heard them mention and eventually got to see was the Apollo 18 flag. This is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during Apollo 18 should the mission have been occurred. This was included in the official flight kit, and we have just gotten to see that flag, and we hope we get to see it a little bit more throughout the day today. You also heard the crew call out some AGA readings. That's Anomaly Gas Analyzer. It's our first time flying humans on this spacecraft, so we are learning all about how the environmental control and life support system works. You also heard one of those readings was that it is 76 degrees in the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, integrity for answers and one question.
We're listening.
Yes, sir. The additional flyby photos from serial number 015 are on PCD 3. All of our PCDs were full, but we managed to get them on there, and we will start to delete some of the folders that are marked downlinked to make more room for some more great photos. Not from the flyby, I think we're done with that. On your quiz, all of the ones you gave me were inhibited. To repeat, that was 2214 through 2226, not including 2222. And third question for you, I see that I have the toilet acoustic questionnaire today. I completed that activity on my timeline yesterday and left a crew note. Let me know if you're not seeing it. Thank you.
Copy all, and we're looking for your crew note. Thanks, Christina. And Christina, did you find a location for the opportunistic observations?
Still gonna look for that. I gotta get these two. I won't forget. Maybe.
Roger. Don't worry, science won't forget.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Orion is now 195,549 miles away from Earth. The crew aboard Orion getting set up for the day, taking some pictures and checking off some items on the list that was called during their daily planning conference. Again, taking a look at the crew's timeline for today, they will get the chance to exercise. Our crew members are required to exercise 30 minutes a day when aboard Orion. This helps keep their bones and muscles strong while in the microgravity environment. Additionally, they will conduct the orthostatic intolerance garment testing demonstration. That is, all 4 crew members will take turns testing and evaluating this garment, and it's worn under the OX suit, the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you saw the crew wear during launch and during the demo just a few days ago. Those orthostatic intolerance garments help maintain astronaut blood pressure and circulation during their transition back to Earth's gravity. After an extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance. This is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without some dizziness. So this orthostatic intolerance garment applies a lower body compression to counteract this effect and help support a safe return. We are targeting that safe return now in 2 days, 5 hours, and 53 minutes.
Integrity Houston, follow-up question for the D5 issue that you reported.
Go with the question.
So we understand that at least twice you set up recording which stopped on its own at 4 minutes. We are scratching our heads about that. Did you ever get a recording that lasted longer than that?
We do think that we have at least 2 sessions that were successful for the entire exercise session duration, and then at least 2 that were between 3 and 4 minutes long.
And Victor, did you get full-length recordings after the 4-minute stops that you reported? Or which happened first, I guess, is what we want to know.
They were interleaved. When I was completed with my session, when I noticed that my recording was only, 3 minutes, 18 seconds or whatever. And so I didn't try anything else. I deconfigured and moved on, and then someone else did a session and was able to get a full length, and then another session happened that was between 3 and 4 minutes. So not sure, but they've all been on the same D5, the one that's currently configured with the wide-angle lens, the short D5.
All right, Victor, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, we'd like to ask you to use the other D5 for our exercise recording.
Okay, Stan, we will do that.
Thank you.
Those communications coming from Capcom Stan Love. The Capcom, or capsule communicator, is the only person in the room that speaks with the crew. That allows them to receive streamlined and gathered information from all flight control members. Those questions that you heard from Capcom Stan Love were in response to something reported by the crew during their daily planning conference, which was when they were setting up their cameras to record an exercise session. It only recorded about 4 minutes, and they're trying to piece together why it might have cut off early. As this is a test flight, the first flight of humans aboard this spacecraft, we are looking to gather data in all ways, and that includes watching how the crew members exercise on this spacecraft. Speaking of exercise, Commander Reid Wiseman is slated to exercise first today. For this mission, the crew has the flywheel device. It's very small and installed directly below the side hatch that the astronauts use to enter and exit Orion. This flywheel is a very simple cable-based device, and they can use it for aerobic exercises like
Houston, integrity for photo location and DFTO question.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Those photos are on PCD1, and my apologies, I totally spaced that. They are there now, though. And secondly, for Jeremy and my CCU dump filming activity, we have the sun directly out of window 3 right now and window 1. The view that had looked great for imaging the event is now completely washed out. I checked to see, it looks like we're not in a maneuver. So any thoughts on how we can best knock this out?
Checking.
And correction, it's windows 3 and 4, not 3 and 1.
Christina, we're talking about it. All right, Christina, we've confirmed that the vehicle is in the right attitude. The saw view is exactly what we expected. I guess crew discretion for choosing the best window for videography from inside. An integrity reminder for the year event, the vehicle is going to maneuver out of the attitude for that event in 12 minutes. And Christina, one more thing for the year event. The crew imagery is considered a nice to have, so if you cannot get good pictures, don't worry about it. The primary view is from the saw.
Okay, great. And we, as you know, in this mission, we're doing these dumps all the time. We see great views of them when the sun isn't here, so we can also just grab you one any old time, another time on our own. So we'll plan to do that, and we'll get one now as best we can.
Thanks, Christina. That's excellent.
That's NASA astronaut Christina Koch calling down to Capcom Stan Love here in Artemis Mission Control in Houston. One of the tasks for today was to take some photos of the wastewater venting, and Christina reporting that the solar or the angle of the spacecraft was making that a little more difficult based on the location of the sun. The team's here letting them know that the saw or the Solar array wings will be primed to capture that footage.
Houston, the vent will be starting in about 20 seconds.
Roger.
Houston Integrity, the CUD valve is closed. We have a good view out the windows. Our crew camera view is only so-so, and I'm waiting on your go. I will stop recording.
Roger. And the saw view is breathtaking.
We love a good blizzard.
The less said about the snow, the better. And Integrity, we're ready to stop recording.
Okay, and Houston, recording ended. However, unfortunately, I think I might have made it go away because it wouldn't end the recording by pressing the record button. So I changed the live view button back to camera to stop it, and it looks like it didn't record it. I will get you a good recording of a future dump when we don't have this sunlight. It'll be better anyway.
Christina, no worries, and we like your forward plan.
Thank you.
This view coming to you live from outside the Orion spacecraft, now 195,000 miles away from home. The spacecraft is traveling 1,929 miles per hour on their way back to planet Earth. Again, targeting splashdown in 2 days, 5 hours, and 38 minutes.
Houston Integrity, we are waving at you out of window 2. It's a beautiful blue little crescent out there.
Thank you. We can't quite make you out, but we appreciate the thought.
We're working on changing that. Thank you, Stan. And while I have you, can we do another dump just for purposes?
Yes, you may.
At this time.
Please do.
That was NASA astronaut Christina Koch reporting to Capcom Stan Love and all of us here on the Earth that outside the windows of Orion, she can see us right now. Of course, this is a view looking back on the spacecraft from a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings. We've been getting beautiful views of both the moon and the Earth, as well as incredible views of life inside the spacecraft. You can find all of those on images.nasa.gov, and make sure you follow NASA and at NASA Artemis on social media to make sure you don't miss a thing. What you see coming off the spacecraft right now is a urine vent dump. The astronauts are able to clear this out as needed with permissions from the ground.
Houston Integrity, ready for the 4K downlink test.
All right, Victor, you are okay to set it up. We're checking on how long it'll take to gain OPCOM.
Okay, it's all set up, and just call me when you're ready for me to start the stream.
Wilco.
And also, just so you know, we don't have the bogan arm since it's being used. I've just got the camera stationary, and it's the 35mm lens, so it's going to look quite different. And we can get it set up more stable before the PAO event.
Roger, that's a good config.
You just heard some communications between teams here on the ground and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, visible on your screen from a camera on one of the spacecraft's solar arrays about the OPCOM system. This will enable Orion to send back video and high-resolution images using an infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space.
Houston Integrity for DFTO movies.
Go ahead.
Yes, wanted to let you know both videos actually did record, and the second video has a star, something stealing the show, which is Crescent Earth coming in from the right side. You all, guess, will enjoy that. I won't be putting them in images for downlink, so we'll see them on the ground.
Excellent, thank you.
We continue to get great descriptions from the astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Earth as they continue their journey home. We are now 194,634 miles away.
Integrity Houston for Victor, you can start the 4K stream.
this view, you can see the solar arrays aboard Orion are moving. That is a command sent by the teams here on the ground to park them ahead of exercise. Commander Reid Wiseman will be first up to exercise today, and parking these solar arrays makes sure they're in a safe position. That way, any movements that are imparted on the vehicle don't damage the arrays.
Houston Integrity, I have begun the stream. It's not a great view. We may shuffle around lenses and get you the wide angle if we can. I think we're going to be using that for exercise though, so let me know what you think of this video, and I'm ready for audio checks.
And Victor, your lens choice is fine. We appreciate that, and we'll let you know when the 4K is locked up.
Houston Integrity, one quick question for Reid's exercise.
Go ahead.
Man, we got so much going on. I feel like we're on the International Space Station right now. This is an awesome day here. Hey, can you confirm this is my final exercise of the mission? It'll just help me with stowage management.
Reid, that's correct.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
And for what it's worth, today's exercise is the last exercise for all crew members. Starting tomorrow, we will not have the time.
As NASA astronaut and Commander Reid Wiseman gets into his scheduled exercise time for the day, calling down to check here with Houston that this is indeed his last exercise before he returns to Earth. Confirmation from the ground that this is everyone's last day for exercise, and that's because tomorrow the crew and flight control teams will begin preparing the cabin and studying entry procedures ahead of splashdown. At that time, the crew will be stowing equipment and installing their seats and making sure all items are secured for re-entry. Again, we are tracking splashdown in 2 days, 5 hours, and 18 minutes off the coast of California. You're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft, and specifically the European Service Module. That is the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, the biggest bell-shaped thruster you see right there. And that is what powered us on the translunar injection burn on Flight Day 2, putting us on the trajectory that we are on now. We have completed our lunar flyby back on Flight Day 6 and are now headed toward our splashdown. Again, we don't have essentially a deorbit burn because that's what the translunar injection burn was. This is considered a free return trajectory using the moon and Earth's gravity to bring us back home. Orion coming up now on 90,000 miles away from the moon, 194,220 miles from Earth.
Houston, integrity confirm you are in a good config for me to start aerobic exercise.
We're ready for you to start exercise.
Commander Reid Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft calling down as he prepares to start his exercise. Again, we use the flywheel device aboard Orion, and since this is the first time we've flown humans on the spacecraft, it's a great test of the exercise device as well. Flywheel is small and allows them to perform either aerobic or resistive exercise, and slated today for Reid Wiseman is aerobic. He was calling to check that the solar arrays are in a good position before starting that exercise. And one of the first things we noticed when the crew began exercising earlier in the mission was that we can actually see some movement from the spacecraft during that routine.
Houston Integrity, the D5 that's downlinking the 4K video is set up. I'm thinking I might power off the microphone, transmitter, and receiver. Leave the video running, and you call me when you're ready. We're going to move on and start getting ready for the ORG DFTO.
Victor, that's a good plan. Integrity Houston for PCD 3.
And Stan, we're with you. Go ahead for PCD 3.
Victor, we saw that PCD drop off the network. We think it might have been unplugged. Could you please run the wireless script on that PCD?
That is in work, Stan.
Thank you.
You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston. You've got a suite of astronauts at the Capcom, or Capsule Communicator console. Seated and communicating with the crew is Stan Love. Standing is Tracy Caldwell Dyson, and next to her is Akihiko Hoshide. We're seeing that motion aboard the Orion spacecraft that we've come to expect whenever astronauts are exercising using the flywheel device. Checking in on Orion's distance, now 90,455 miles away from the moon and 193,678 miles from Earth. You can check in on this at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. This is Artemis Mission Control in a live view outside the Orion spacecraft. Looking back on the spacecraft's service module, as you can see some movement on your screen, which has come to indicate that the crew is exercising inside. Specifically, that's Commander Reid Wiseman right now. Today is everyone's last opportunity to exercise before re-entry. Tomorrow, the day will be full of cabin configurations and re-entry preparation. Elsewhere in the spacecraft, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are conducting their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration. They are taking measurements and trying on their orthostatic intolerance garment. This is worn under the OX suit, those orange Orion Crew Survival System suits that you saw at launch. These help the astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during transition back to Earth's gravity. Again, we're targeting splashdown in about 2 days, 4 hours, and 51 minutes. If you're just joining us, we are live with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 20 hours, and 46 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. This is flight day 8. Seeing a little bit of movement outside the Orion spacecraft. Again, Commander Reid Wiseman currently in his exercise period for the day. This is Artemis Mission Control, continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis II, the first flight of astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft. Our 4 astronauts, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time today. Today's wake-up song was Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie. The crew also received a message from the Canadian Space Agency. Yesterday was a little bit quieter for the crew following their lunar flyby on flight day 6. Yesterday, the astronauts participated in a ship-to-ship call with the crew aboard the International Space Station. They also discussed their lunar flyby observations with the science team. The rest of the day was mostly an off day and gave them an opportunity to rest.
Today the crew is back to their scheduled activities. Currently, Commander Reid Wiseman exercising aboard the spacecraft. That's why you see some motion there. Victor Glover and Jeremy Hansen conducting their orthostatic intolerance garment fit checks. Each astronaut will have an opportunity to exercise today. We also have a couple of public affairs events. Later this evening at around 10 p.m. Central Time, the crew will get into the manual piloting demo. The other day, we saw them complete the first part of this demonstration when the crew members were able to fly Orion manually. Another 2 crew members will get that chance this evening. This is a test flight of the Orion spacecraft, our first flight of humans on this spacecraft, and therefore we want to fully understand how the vehicle handles in space ahead of future Artemis missions.
Houston, integrity for stowage.
Go ahead for stowage.
Yes, sir. A third Peltor SWAT TAC headset has been deployed to the cabin, and batteries have been swapped in 2 Peltors for a total of 4 AAA batteries.
Copy. Thanks for that report. And Christina, while we've got you, for your upcoming exercise, if you want to record that, we think that the problem with the D5's recording stopping at 4 minutes might be because the camera is overheating. If you turn the live view off, which turns off the back screen, we think the camera will stay cool. And to clarify, leave the screen off between recording.
Call. Some of us had suspected that. We will do that. Good news is this recording lasted the full time. We are also having overheating issues with the Nat Geo GoPro Max, and we've just been starting and stopping it and managing it as needed. But if you want to pass that on, no screens are on, so not sure there's a mitigation with that one. And for my exercise, I did have a successful recording yesterday, so I think I'll forego that.
And Christina, copy the Nat Geo overheating, and for recording, we are asking for recording of both resistive and aerobic exercise, so we would like you to record your session today.
Okay, and apologies, I hadn't seen it in my timeline, but I understand that that's because Reid's timeline has us swapping. I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control, hearing those calls from NASA astronaut Christina Koch down to Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Stan Love, here in the flight control room. You heard Christina reporting out some batteries and stowage locations. Everything is precisely tracked aboard Orion. This helps the crew call down and ask where they might be able to find an item or where they should store it, so that everyone knows where to look when something is needed. Additionally, you heard Christina inquiring about whether she needed to film her exercise today. Because this is the first flight of crew aboard this spacecraft, we take everything as a data point.
And with the ability to exercise both resistive and aerobic on the flywheel device, they're looking for as much data as possible from the crew members, so they're asking her to film her exercise today as well. NASA astronaut and commander of the spacecraft, Reid Wiseman, should be wrapping up his exercise soon, and Christina Koch will start hers.
Integrity Houston for optical comm.
Go ahead, Stan.
Okay, Reid, long story here. We are still not locked up on optical comm. We suspect solar array blockage. So between exercise sessions, between when you're done and Christina starts, we want to put a 25-degree roll on the vehicle, be about a 1-minute maneuver to an attitude where we think optical comm can see the ground terminal. Now, when we do that roll, we will have only one phased array antenna pointed at Canberra. So if that antenna fails, we'll lose comm, and a string swap will not recover it. So if we lose comm while we're in that attitude, you will have to maneuver the vehicle back to bias tail to sun, where a second antenna will be available. And I have a procedure number and some check MCC numbers when you're ready to copy.
I am complete with exercise, so you can start that team working in that direction. Go ahead, Stan.
All right, we'll get started with that then. Thank you. If we lose comm in this temporary attitude, please go to procedure 25.1.100. That's SM attitude maneuver. In step 1, you'll answer yes. And I have, there's a check MCC step down there, a few lines down. Your point width will be the point width secondary will be the minus X axis, that's number 6. Correction, minus Z axis, that's number 6. And Omicron is 315. How copy?
Okay, Stan, if we lose comm, and only if we lose comm, we will execute 25.1.100 SM attitude maneuver. Step 1, answer yes. Point with secondary negative Z, number 6, Omicron 315.
That's a great readback. So while we're in that attitude, you're looking for loss, caution warning, loss of ping, that's number 926, or if you get antenna cautions or warnings, go work that GNC procedure we just gave you. Then, if we still don't get comm back, you would work the comm messages.
Okay, if we get a loss of ping, I might give it 2 or 3 minutes, or do you want us to execute immediately after loss of ping?
2 or 3 minutes, please. Good idea.
Integrity copies off. We're on it.
On your screen, a few key players here in Mission Control Houston. Near the top of your screen, Flight Director Nicole McElroy, and to her right, Lead Flight Director for Artemis I, Orbit 1, is Jeff Radigan. Down at the Capcom console, NASA astronaut Stan Love, and to his right, NASA astronaut Tracy Caldwell-Dyson. Those calls to the crew letting them know we are going to be maneuvering the spacecraft for OPCOM monitoring. This is laser, or the optical communications, which allows laser communications to use infrared light to send data to and from space rather than the traditional radio waves. So this higher frequency will allow more data to be sent in a single transmission to Earth. They want to be able to maneuver the spacecraft to give a better line of sight for those lasers. Again, this is a test flight, so we want to make sure we can complete as many of these tests as possible. And the team letting the crew know that they may lose communication with Earth and the procedures that they can take to regain that if necessary. You can see some of those maneuvers happening right now. Again, targeting to sync up with OPCOM, the optical communications. This is a live view from the spacecraft, looking at the surface module. This video coming from a camera mounted on the tip of Orion's solar array wing. There are 4 solar arrays. Each solar array could panel 2 3-bedroom homes.
Integrity maneuver and damping complete. We are go for crew exercise.
All right, we copy. Thanks, Dan. Houston Integrity, Victor and I have completed the OIG activity.
Copy OIG, thank you.
As you heard, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down to the ground. He and Victor Glover have completed their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration.
And Terry Houston for OPCOM. We have a good optical communication link now. We're watching video from the SAW, but we don't see 4K video. We'd like you to please check the setup.
Confirmation that we are streaming video from this solar array camera through the OPCOM, or optical communication system. Again, those are those laser communications rather than the traditional radio waves. But again, we did hear from Jeremy Hansen that he and Victor Glover completed their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration. Reid Wiseman and Christina Koch will get to conduct that later today. They're taking measurements and testing and evaluating that orthostatic intolerance garment. This is worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit. That helps the astronauts maintain their blood pressure and circulation during the transition back to Earth's gravity. Again, we are expecting splashdown in 2 days, 4 hours, and 9 minutes.
Okay, Stan, I checked everything going into the camera. It looks good. I stopped and restarted the stream.
Roger, Victor. We're talking about batteries here. Just a second. And integrity for Victor. All right, thank you for checking the setup for that. We are receiving 4K data at the ground site. We're still working on decoding it in the control center.
As you can hear in the conversations with the teams on the ground, the astronauts are troubleshooting a 4K encoder within the spacecraft. We are streaming an exterior camera through this OPCOM pass, but we're hoping to stream that 4K internal camera. They're working through some actions on the ground to troubleshoot why we might not be seeing it. Again, this mission is a test flight, and we are testing every system possible to help us prepare for future missions around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, the Johnson Space Center, with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 32 minutes. We are monitoring the flight of Orion. The astronauts woke up today at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, got into their post-sleep period, and then their daily planning conference. Since then, the crew has gotten into their activities for the day, including exercise, as well as conducting the OX suit, or Orion Crew Survival System suit, or the static intolerance garment test. That orthostatic intolerance garment applies lower body compression to counteract an effect that can make it difficult to stand up without some dizziness upon return to Earth. The crew members are taking turns conducting measurements on each other and then trying on those garments. The crew confirmed today that this is their last day that they will all be exercising. Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Koch has exercise on her timeline. Tomorrow will be full of preparations ahead of return to Earth. They'll be configuring the cabin and studying their re-entry preparations. Later this evening, they'll conduct the manual piloting demo. If you recall, we saw this happen a couple of days ago as well. This is the second part of that demonstration, where 2 other crew members will get a chance to manually fly Orion.
Integrity Houston for 4K. Integrity for 4K. We're still having trouble getting 4K data on the ground. We'd like you to check in 26.4.2902 that the IP address is set correctly on the web page. And correction, that's step 3.
Okay, checking step 3.
And integrity correction in step 3, that's the destination address.
Okay, give me the procedure number again.
And Ike, that's 26.4.2902, Step 3, we're looking for a destination address of 10.110.1.98.
Okay, Houston, yeah, I apologize for taking so long to get in sync with you. I was actually just looking to see where this procedure would have come up, and so I'm not finding it referenced in either the 4K downlink setup procedure or the 4K downlink test. So that's some feedback for you, or direct me to where I've missed it. But now give me the procedure again, and then I'll call you when I'm ready to copy the IP address.
All right, Victor, thanks for that feedback on the procedures. We are just getting in that the ground station is seeing good, clear video from Integrity. Now the problem is somewhere on the ground, and we'll sort it out from here. Thank you.
Okay, I'd still like to go check that setting and not do anything with it, but can I have that procedure?
Victor, it's 26.4.2902, 26.4.2902.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that. And I am going to look. I will not change anything, but I did not see a reference to this procedure in the previous two activities.
Roger. You should not have to get into this particular procedure for the setup. This is troubleshooting.
Okay, copy. That makes sense. Thank you for that. And just for your awareness, it is set up per the procedure.
Perfect. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You heard the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, troubleshooting with the teams here on the ground why we might not be seeing the 4K video that is being routed. Got confirmation that one of the ground sites is able to receive that video, so teams here are troubleshooting why we might not be getting it in the room. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, NASA astronaut Christina Koch is in her exercise period. Later today, Christina Koch and Reid Wiseman will get into their opportunity to test the orthostatic intolerance garment. And Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will each take turns exercising. With a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 46 minutes, this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a visualization known as ARROW, Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can access this on your own at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. The spacecraft is now 92,744 miles away from the moon. When the crew woke up this morning at 10:35 a.m. Central, we were 83,549 miles away from the moon, so almost 10,000 miles farther than we were just a few hours ago.
Integrity Houston for the crew. We're going to private up OE2 and flight's going to give you a call here shortly.
Copy, we're switching.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. You did hear the team call up to the crew that they would have a privatized loop. This means they're allowed to have a private conversation with anyone here on the ground, specifically the flight director. It allows them to be transparent when asking or answering any questions, considering all of their other communications go out live.
Houston Integrity on 1 with the 4K downlink setup. We're curious if we can deconfigure so that we can take some photos with a 35mm lens.
Checking. And Victor, you can take charge of that camera.
This is Artemis Mission Control at a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 22 hours, and 1 minute into the flight of Artemis II. As you can see, we've got some exercise happening on the spacecraft, judging by that movement. This is still slated to be Christina Koch's exercise portion of the day. And to avoid any damage to the solar arrays, because of this movement, they park them in a safe harbor or a safe configuration ahead of exercise. You heard some communications about the OPCOM demo, those laser communications that we are testing out to use infrared light instead of traditional radio waves. We weren't able to access that 4K video streaming here in Mission Control Houston, but we did get confirmation it was received elsewhere. Coming up next, Mission Specialist 2, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will get into his exercise. In contrast to the exercise we've seen so far today for Reid Wiseman and Christina Koch, Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will be conducting resistive exercise. The flywheel system allows for both resistive and aerobic. Reid Wiseman and Christina Koch will also conduct their orthostatic intolerance garment measurements and testing. They'll put on those garments and see how they fit. Again, this is due to something that astronauts experience after an extended time in microgravity. It's orthostatic intolerance, and that can make it tough to stand up without experiencing dizziness. So this garment applies some compression on the lower body to help counteract this effect and support a safe return.
Integrity Houston, if you can confirm that Christina is complete with her exercise, we will maneuver Integrity back to a nominal tail to sun attitude.
She has just stopped right this second.
All right, we'll start our 2-minute array damping counter and then maneuver you. And of course, when we get into our nominal maneuver, you will not have to run the attitude maneuver procedure if there's a loss of comm.
Understood, thanks, Dan.
Those communications coming to you from the Orion spacecraft. Also named Integrity. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity and announced that last year. They say it embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. Integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the Canadian Space Agency. That was Christina Koch calling down to let the ground team know she had completed exercise. They are going to maneuver the spacecraft and have to set a short timer to allow the motion to settle out before they do so. We are about 15 minutes away from today's mission status briefing here at Johnson Space Center. And if you are interested in watching that, you don't need to go anywhere. You can remain on this YouTube feed on NASA's channel. But we do have a second feed if you are looking for clean audio and not the briefing. So you can stick right here if you're interested in the briefing. You won't need to leave at all. But if you want to switch over, we'll be over there as well.
Integrity Houston for Victor and repress acoustics.
Go.
Victor, it's in the procedure, but we really need to make sure when you start the acoustic monitor, please give us a time hack for the repress acoustic.
That's right, I forgot to call you. I already restarted. I will do it again and give you a hack. I restarted it about a minute ago.
Copy, let us know.
Houston Integrity restarting the acoustic monitor for the repress recording in 3, 2, 1, hack. Recording started.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
And integrity, you're back in bias tail to sun.
Okay, copy that, Stan. Is the vehicle ready for me to start exercise?
We need a couple minutes, Jeremy.
Okay, just call when I can go.
We will do that.
Here in Artemis Mission Control, the team's changing the attitude of the spacecraft and configuring the solar arrays yet again for another exercise opportunity, this time for Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. If you're enjoying hearing from the astronauts, we spoke with them recently and have an episode on Houston. We have a podcast with all 4 crew members. NASA has a suite of podcasts, and ours here at Johnson Space Center is Houston. We have a podcast with over 400 episodes with scientists, engineers, astronauts, and more, discussing everything from the International Space Station to Orion to the work that happens here on the ground. You can find those at nasa.gov/podcasts.
Integrity, Jeremy, you are go for exercise.
Okay, Stan, Jeremy is hopping on now, and I have placed a couple photos in a folder on PCD3 with the GMT date and window inspection for the team.
Copy, we will start getting those down ASAP.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 6 days, 22 hours, and 16 minutes into the flight of humans aboard Orion. The first flight of humans aboard Orion, and the first time we've sent humans beyond the moon in over 50 years. Currently aboard the spacecraft, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen getting into his exercise period, while Reid Wiseman and Christina Koch will be stepping into their orthostatic intolerance garment testing. Again, a lower body compression garment to help support a safe return. You can track where Orion's at
integrity for exercise video.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Stan, can you say again the instructions for making the LCD screen be off while you're recording video on the D5? We thought we heard you just press the live view button, but that seems to stop the recording as far as we can tell. My recording lasted for about 26 minutes, which was almost the entire duration, and then apparently stopped on its own. So we'd like to implement this for sure for Jeremy.
All right, Christina, that was Capcom's bad words there. Apologize. you will turn off the recording if you turn off live view while you're recording. The actual correct thing to do is to turn off live view in between recording sessions to give the camera a chance to cool down.
Understood. Thank you. We will do that. While I have you, I wanted to note that unfortunately I forgot to run the accelerometers during my exercise.
Copy. We appreciate the report.
Those communications from NASA astronaut Christina Koch down here to the ground. Now, we are just about 7 minutes away from our daily press conference here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. And if you're interested in watching, you don't have to go anywhere. This NASA YouTube stream will automatically switch over to the briefing at 4 p.m. Central. If you're interested in keeping up with astronaut communications, we do have a second stream on YouTube. You can check that out. Once the briefing is over, this will continue to be our primary stream for covering the mission.
Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket. We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And lift off. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
Humanity sets big goals. We can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Welcome to our Artemis II status update. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications, and I'm joined by several NASA leaders here this afternoon to talk about how the flight test has been going as the crew heads back toward Earth. They are Lakeisha Hawkins, Deputy for Artemis, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director for the mission, Debbie Korth, Orion Deputy Program Manager, and joining us by phone from the USS John P. Murtha, Lily Villarreal, the Artemis Landing and Recovery Director. We'll have some opening remarks as usual, and then we'll get into questions, and we'll start with Lakeisha.
Thank you. And thank you for your continued interest in our mission and in Artemis. So we're into flight day 8. And the mission continues to go well as the crew prepares to transition back to Earth and we get ready for entry day. After an exciting day of science on Monday and a day for the crew to recover and then achieve some other flight objectives yesterday, the team is turning our attention to the return and getting the crew safely home. Now, because this is a development flight, we are thinking about what we can still learn in the remaining days to better understand the systems and to inform future missions. And we're still getting a lot of imagery down from the spacecraft and from the crew. And I wanted to share a couple of the imagery highlights today. The crew was able to send down a group photo, and it's great to see them doing so well and in such great spirits. And I'm happy to see Rise there front and center with the team. We can't wait to welcome those smiling faces home. Now, the crew also took an image yesterday of the Milky Way, which is stunning. And free from atmospheric interference, the crew could see the glowing ribbon of stars and filaments, a clear view of our home galaxy. So I also wanted to highlight a few additional things that we're learning through this test. That are directly feeding forward to our next missions, including Artemis III. Now, in the area of science, in addition to the lunar science activities that we saw on Monday, our other science and payload activities continue to progress as planned. At the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, our Payload and Mission Operations Division is operating our Avatar, or also the immune biomarkers experiment, as well as the standard measure activities. And these activities are going to really help us understand how the deep space environment impacts the astronauts during the Artemis missions. The experiments about human health are going to give us data that we need to be able to live on the moon longer as we develop the moon base and be able to prepare for farther trips like going on to Mars. During Apollo, they didn't gather this kind of human health data, and we can't get this information during low Earth orbit missions. So in terms of performance of the hardware, as we heard from the administrator yesterday, the mobile launcher is in good condition overall. And while we need to fix a few things, having the mobile launcher in good condition really ensures that we'll be ready to start stacking the Artemis III vehicle according to the timeline that supports launching that mission next year. You heard previously that the SLS performance was about as good and flawless as we could have expected. And the SLS team already has begun digging into all of that data for detailed post-flight analysis to see if any refinements need to be made going forward. And the data that we're getting from the Orion manual piloting demonstrations, including the proximity operations demonstration that we had after launch, are critical to ensuring that we can dock with human landers during Artemis III and beyond. And we heard in real time from Victor during the ProxOps demonstration how precise the handling appeared to have been, and the other demonstrations are proving us with even more data. We have lessons we're going to address before Artemis III, including some of our water valve operations, the wastewater venting that you've heard quite a bit about, as well as the service module pressure control assembly operations. And we're also learning about how long some of the activities inside the cabin should take. Our suit demonstration from several days ago provided helpful insights for future suit crew emergency operations if we should need them. We've also elected to skip the radiation shielding or parts of it, the demonstration, to allow more time for transition of the cabin to prepare for entry. And Rick will talk a little bit more about that. And these learnings are helping us get ready for our next mission. And when the mission goes well, it can look like flying to the moon is easy. It certainly is not. We can't forget that this is a test flight and are taking everything that we're learning forward to support the next mission. This has been a good mission so far, and we're nearing the end, having retired a significant number of risks over recent days. But the team remains focused, and we're making sure that we don't take our eye off the ball. Countless hours of people working together behind the scenes have been preparing for these moments, and people are still giving their all to ensure mission success. We continue to improve to make our ultimate goals of going to the lunar surface, building the moon base, and eventually sending the first humans to Mars a reality. So I appreciate your continued interest, and with that, I'll pass it to Rick to provide an update on operations as we get ready to bring the crew home.
Thanks, Lakeisha. So since we last got together, there's been a number of activities completed last night as well as today. Our primary activity yesterday evening was to perform our first return trajectory correction maneuver, RTC number 1. That was 1.6 feet per second. It lasted 15 seconds, and it was using the service module reaction control system thrusters. That burn was initiated at 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time last night. As far as today, we were able to get the crew in their orthostatic intolerance garments. These are special garments designed to help ensure the proper blood flow for the crew members when they return to the pull of Earth's gravity. It was important to get this and try this out today so that the crew has an understanding of what it's like to put this on entry day. We also were able to successfully stream a 4K video using the optical communication system, which continues to prove to be an extremely valuable tool in our beyond Earth orbit space flights. The crew also performed a couple of recordings for their National Geographic payload activity. They did a few PAO events, and later this evening we're going to do a couple of manual piloting demonstrations. One will be to use the docking camera to point the spacecraft towards a celestial body. And the celestial body we're going to use for that activity is Arcturus. Once that activity is complete, we're going to do another manual piloting demonstration where the crew is going to center the Earth in the field of view of one of the windows, and then they're going to fly the spacecraft to an attitude where the tail points towards the sun. This is important in order to be able to show that the flight crew can maneuver their spacecraft to get power and generate power so they can continue to power the subsystems on board the spacecraft. Finally, we're going to finish with a portion of that radiation shelter demonstration that Lakeisha talked about. Ultimately, the radiation shelter demo was largely a stowage activity for us. We had to remove a bunch of stowage from a couple of lockers and show that we could get a crew member to shelter in that locker. While we don't need any more practice moving stowage around, we're going to get plenty of that on flight days 9 and 10. It was important to show that we could provide proper ventilation to the astronaut if they were to shelter in that stowage. And so the way we're going to provide good ventilation is through the suit umbilical. So when the crew members put their launch and entry suits on for entry, one of the umbilicals they made is for airflow. And we would repurpose that umbilical and show that we could provide proper airflow to the astronauts when they're in somewhat of a confined space of the stowage locker. Once we get through today's activities, then the focus really is going to shift to entry. And I think the first graphic is important to show up here for some of those critical events. You know, the first one that we're really going to have to keep our eye on is crew module and service module separation. That's going to happen about 20 minutes before entry interface. Once we get through the separation of the service module, we're going to do one final burn. It's called our crew module raise burn. This is typically not a burn that's going to be required, but it's our final opportunity to fine-tune our flight path angle before entry interface. So we'll perform that about 16.5 minutes before entry interface. Once that burn is complete, the spacecraft is going to make a couple of roll maneuvers. This will provide additional separation between the service module, which is headed for a destructive entry in the Earth's atmosphere, from the crew module, which obviously contains our 4 astronauts. Once those rolls are complete, the crew will go visors down, and then they will be in a isolated environment in their launch and entry suit until after splashdown. We'll hit entry interface at 400,000 feet, about 1,950 miles away from our landing site, and that's when the fun really begins. The 24 seconds after entry interface, we'll hit our blackout, which is the point at which the plasma has built up around the spacecraft such that it interferes with our ability for the transmitters on Orion to transmit telemetry. This is nominal. It'll last 6 minutes. Once that 6-minute blackout is done, Orion's going to be at about 150,000 feet. So still falling pretty quickly. We're going to be within a couple tens of miles of the landing site by that point. And then our focus is going to shift to deploying the parachutes. We've got 2 drogue parachutes that'll deploy. It'll be about 22,000 feet. That'll slow us down to about 200 miles an hour. And then we'll deploy the 3 main parachutes. Those are the orange parachutes you see in the image. That'll happen about 6,000 feet altitude, which will slow the spacecraft and her 4 inhabitants down to a gentle 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. We'll get the spacecraft power down about 15 minutes after splashdown, and then I'm going to hand over to Lily Villarreal, our recovery director, for mission authority. Let's go to the next graphic, which has a little bit more detail on some of those events. Here's a plot of what entry is going to look like. You can see it's only 13 minutes from entry interface until splashdown, so it's going to happen pretty quick. And the flight control team here in Houston, we're going to be without comms with the flight crew for 6 of those minutes. So it's going to start quickly, and it's going to be over even faster. Next page. And then for a graphic of all the parachutes that are going to deploy. The first thing before we deploy the drogue parachutes, we have to jettison something called the forward bay cover. It provides the protection for all the parachutes, and that's what's going to get jettisoned at about 35,000 feet. There's a window for the jettison of the forward bay cover, so if it doesn't happen at 35,000, it can happen lower, as low as 24. And nominally, we actually expect it to happen closer to 24,000 feet. Next page. And then if you're looking for a little bit of insight on our approach trajectory, we're going to have entry interface a little bit southeast of Hawaii. And after we fly 1,957 miles over the surface of the Pacific Ocean, we'll be landing in our targeted landing site off the coast of California. I think that's all I have for graphics, so I will turn over to Debbie.
All right, thank you, Rick. So yeah, I'm happy to be back today, able to report that the Orion systems are all operating nominally, remain healthy, and we are just trekking our way home from the moon. So really excited to be just a few days away from that happening. Did want to talk a little bit about something you may not have seen yet. And if you pull up the full first graphic, it's a short video. Our engineering team supports the mission from a facility called the Mission Evaluation Room. It's the MER. And so this is pictures of our team. There's 24 separate consoles, so this is different than the flight control room that you see a lot on NASA TV. These are our engineering expertise that supports Rick's flight control team. And so they've been on console since about 48 hours before launch, keeping close eye on all of the systems, looking at all the data, modifying procedures as needed, and then just watching how the systems are performing. So providing all really deep technical insight to that operating team. So that's also located here in Building 30 in the Mission Control Center. And so that's our MER team working hard around the clock supporting the spacecraft. Second graphic I have is a few days ago I showed you some imagery of the crew module images we got down from our first external survey that was right after the TLI burn. So we actually do another external survey on the way home. This is our inbound external inspection. So I think go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is kind of two different views of the spacecraft. Again, did a comprehensive review of all the imagery that we were getting down off the surface of the crew module. No concerns, no issues seen that would make us have any pause for the reentry phase. Everything is in excellent condition for that entry. So that's our pretty crew module. I think we have a couple of pictures of the service module as well. Yeah, so we obviously don't bring the service module home. As we mentioned, that gets separated about 40 minutes before splashdown, but we did get some nice imagery. And the next one I thought was interesting. It's a picture of the solar arrays, but it's actually the backside of the solar array, which we don't normally see. So anyway, poured over all this imagery, and everything looks really good for the return. Operations-wise, there's a few other things going on in the cabin. One interesting test that we're doing today is when you pressurize the cabin, the panels and things that are connected there, kind of shift around a little bit. And so we're having a demonstration of can you actually remove some fasteners in those panels and put them back in? Do the structures still line up enough that you can do that? This is to help us prove out if we needed to do any kind of maintenance or contingency access to like our ECLA system. So we'll be looking at that today to see if that demonstration works out well. We're also doing some demonstration what's called 20 by 20 degree dead banding. This is pointing the spacecraft a little bit different throughout the day to test thermal responsiveness of the systems externally to see if we can expand our operating envelope for future missions. So I guess some other things, we've collected a lot of data on this mission. We'll be getting a lot of that data back when it comes back, but did want to mention a couple things. We've consumed 2,964 pounds of fuel in the service module. We have 4,285 to go. So clearly we had put a lot of margin into this mission to make sure we could fly it properly. 9,855 commands have been uplinked, so been busy for the flight control team and the MER team doing all of that. And then we mentioned the optical comm and how effective that has been in getting data down. 122 gigabytes of data downloaded. That was a record. That was in a single day. That was today. And a total of over 312 gigabytes of data coming down that optical comm system. So that's been really helpful for us getting down some of this beautiful imagery. Cabin is currently at a 76 Fahrenheit degree, so the crew's quite comfortable. Everything looks really well. And I think that's probably it from me. Spacecrafts continue to operate nominally, and we are hard at work monitoring it until it gets home. So with that, I will hand it over to Lily.
Hi, good afternoon. Just checking to make sure you guys can hear me first.
We hear you, Lily.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us today. I'm currently at sea aboard the USS John P. Murtha with the joint NASA and military team who are ready to safely recover the crew once they splash down off the coast of California. The ship departed from Naval Base San Diego on time, and we are currently maneuvering the ship to the landing zone. Over the past couple of days, we have been completing final preparations on the ship, including training with the joint NASA and military team to refresh the skills and procedures that we've been practicing during underway recovery tests. I want to quickly walk you, however, through the process of how we will safely recover the Artemis II crew and the Orion spacecraft once they return from their trip around the moon. The ship and the small boats will be positioned at a safe distance at splashdown until the team has determined that their path of travel will be clear of any of the jettisoned hardware that Rick talked about. Splashdown, the crew in Houston will follow their post-landing procedures while our divers maintain a distance of about 120 yards to the capsule once we're cleared to go to the capsule. After handover from the flight director to the landing recovery director, the divers will approach Orion and they will conduct assessments of the air and water surrounding the capsule just to make sure that it's safe to approach and help the crew exit Orion. After ensuring the area is safe, they're going to go ahead and open the Orion hatch and help the astronauts from their seats to a large inflatable raft that we call the front porch. Once all 4 astronauts are on the front porch, we will tow the capsule away from the front porch, and the team will wait pickup from Navy helicopters, which are deployed from the recovery vessel. 2 helicopters are going to rotate, picking up all 4 crew members before they return to the recovery ship within a few minutes of each other. Once the crew has exited the helicopters, they will proceed to the ship's medical bay to undergo routine post-flight medical checkups. We expect to recover the crew and deliver them to the medical bay within 2 hours of splashdown. With the crew safely out of the capsule and in tandem to the recovery, teams will work on towing Orion into the well deck of the ship using procedures that were very similar to those that we used on Artemis I. Once we have Orion safely inside and all the small boats are back on the ship, we will start making our return to Naval Base San Diego. Depending on our distance, by then the Artemis II crew will fly off the ship back to shore, we anticipate within 12 to 24 hours post-splashdown. Before I wrap up my remarks, I do want to take a moment to thank our partners from the U.S. military who are supporting our Artemis recovery efforts. Without them, we couldn't do what we're doing. We had a very successful recovery of the uncrewed Orion spacecraft during the Artemis I mission, and we feel confident that through our testing and training alongside the Navy and other collaborators, we will make Artemis II just as successful. With that, thank you, and I'll pass it back to Rachel.
Okay, it's time now for questions. We'll take questions here in the room and on the phone bridge. A reminder to those of you joining by phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue. Please limit your question to 1, and especially with Lily joining us remotely, please let us know who your question is for. Let's start here with Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Quick question for Rick. Can you walk us through, I understand that loft trajectory was specifically planned out, but are there any contingency trajectories that you're also prepared to do in case anything is off nominal? And then I'd also love to clarify exactly what G-forces the astronauts are expecting to experience, whether in an off nominal or nominal situation. Thanks so much.
Yeah, good questions. I'll start with the more straightforward one with the G loads. For a nominal landing off the coast of San Diego, we're expecting 3.9 Gs. But we have a number of contingency trajectories which would land us further uprange or further away from our targeted landing site. We have, and when these contingencies are selected based on the severity of the problem. So we step deeper and deeper into the severity of the problem, which requires us to land shorter and shorter or further and further away from the landing sites. If we pursue one of those contingency trajectories, you could see G loads as high as 7 or 7.5 Gs.
Okay, we'll go with Josh here.
Hi, Josh, dinnerspace.com. What kind of data is lost by skipping the radiation sheltering test, and what's the impact of not being able to practice those procedures beyond low Earth orbit until the lunar landing mission on Artemis IV?
So I would, I see the radiation shelter as not really being a lost set of data. As we reassess the timeline for the remainder of the mission, we found that there was still an opportunity to test out that suit umbilical airflow, which is arguably, in my mind, is the most important part of that demo, because the radiation shelter was, it's an area in the spacecraft that is kind of deep down in one of the stowage lockers. And so the part of the demo that we're not going to practice is the removal of the stowage from the stowage locker, which is something that we don't necessarily need to demonstrate as part of that particular test. We know how to remove stowage. The really important thing is to make sure that we can provide a habitable environment when the crew member is down in that locker. And airflow is critical to that. If you're in zero gravity, you can develop pockets of carbon dioxide if you don't have sufficient airflow, because there's no convection to move the air around when you're breathing, and you end up having kind of a pocket of CO2 forming around your face. So the airflow is the most important part of that demo, and we did find a way to achieve that objective.
Yeah, and I should maybe add too, the stowage part of that is practiced quite a bit over in the mock up here in Building 9. So the part of that you can really do in 1G, they've practiced many times. So feel confident it'll work.
I'll just add that we will also still get data with respect to radiation, as well as the Avatar data, where we are getting effects of radiation on tissue chips from the crew. So in terms of actual better understanding of the impact of radiation, we will still get data associated with that.
Okay, we'll go here to Eric Berger and then to Marcia.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Question for Debbie, I think. You mentioned the external survey, there were no concerns, no issues that would give us any pause. Let's say in the very unexpected event that there was some serious MMOD damage, on the edge of the heat shield that you could see, or with the spacecraft. I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but what is the contingency plan? That there isn't one, right?
Correct. I mean, we aren't looking at the heat shield. Obviously, that's still covered by the service module. So this is just your thermal protection system. My understanding is we would modify our flight profile to try and accommodate that, but I don't know. There's nothing we can do hardware-wise. There's no way to go repair, for example.
I would add that depending on the nature of the damage, if that were even something that we would have to consider, you can assess the various flight profiles, the ballistic landing profile, the loads managed, and you could try to pick one that was the least stressing if there were something of concern. But as Debbie said, we did the survey, and there's nothing to be concerned about for entry.
Marcia.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. For you, Rick, what's the maximum speed coming back? Is it going to set a record? I think you promised us that.
Yes, we did.
Yes, and when and how will the capsule be coming back to Florida?
So as far as the speed, our prediction for Artemis II, we're going to reach a max velocity of 34,965 feet per second, and that is less than the Apollo 10 record of 36,397.
The answer on how it comes back to Florida, we'll be trucking it back. So it'll get some conditioning done as soon as it gets back to San Diego. Some quick inspections and other things we do there, but immediately, as quickly as we can, put it on a truck and it gets driven back to Florida, back to the facility where we'll start doing the deservicing there. It's closer to two weeks. Mm-hmm.
Mark.
Mark Carroy with Aviation Week. The external imagery that you showed, was that what was taken yesterday morning?
Yeah, that was our inbound inspection. So yes, that was the most recent pictures.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. Just want to drill down primarily with Rick, I guess, on the crew's experience for entry. Are they going to be heads down at entry interface? Is there any pre-bank? And also, if you can elaborate on the G spikes, the way I understand it is they do that first pull out, there should be a spike, and then there's another one as you come back down on the second side of that. And then just one other add-on to that is, are there any DTOs, any manual control inputs, any PTIs or anything like that that are going to be done in this time frame?
So you're correct that the crew members are going to be heads down. That provides them a view of the horizon as they enter. If we were in a different attitude, you wouldn't have that horizon as a reference. Yeah, there are two different spikes in the G loads, but again, the max is 3.9, so you get about two similar 3.9 Gs on entry as you do the various roll reversals. Pre-bank, we do have, we will roll in to capture the atmosphere right at entry interface, but we're predicting 5 of those roll reversals on the way down.
Jonathan.
Jonathan Seri with Fox News. Follow-up to that.
We're talking about the Gs that the Artemis crew will experience. How does that compare to crews coming back from LEO, say in a Crew Dragon, in terms of Gs and also duration of reentry?
It's a really good question. I would hate to speculate on the numbers, and so maybe we could follow up with you afterwards and give you accurate numbers as opposed to me speculating.
Okay, we'll take a couple questions from the phone. The first is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I'm wondering if you can just walk us through the weather constraints for the landing location, if those do exist. And just to clarify, I guess I'm wondering what are the variables that you can change with this splashdown if there is some kind of technical issue discovered ahead of the reentry, and what can't you change? Thanks so much.
Sure. So for the weather constraints for splashdown, we're primarily looking at the wind conditions. We're looking at some of the wave conditions. We're looking at precipitation and thunderstorms. And as of now, our forecast for our landing site is winds out of the southwest, 10 knots, waves less than 4 feet with a wave period of 17 seconds. We're watching that cold front that I had mentioned over the past couple days. It's slowed down. It's also weakened in nature. And so the precipitation that we were watching is forecasted to be greater than 60 miles from the intended splashdown location. So we have some really favorable conditions. Should be a real nice day during the day in San Diego. That cold front will push through after splashdown, but it's looking like we'll have some favorable conditions for a nice landing on Friday. And there was another question, I think. Was there another? Maybe not. Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
What variables we can affect?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So as far as the variables that affect the landing down modes, we call them down modes. If you have a contingency, we're really looking at things that affect the guidance, navigation, and control, and the propulsion systems. So we want to ensure that the spacecraft can still fly safely home. So we have some ways to alter the landing, which shortens our entry profile. We land further uprange, but they are certified spacecraft guidance, navigation, and control modes that will ensure a safe landing in multiple failure condition contingencies.
Okay, next we'll stick with the phone. We have Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is another question for Rick. What do you lose by not doing a skip reentry? Does that reduce the flexibility of where you can land?
From an operational perspective, it's that reduced range within which we can assess the weather conditions. But I don't know if Debbie has anything from a heat shield performance perspective to add.
Well, I think we did a lot of investigation after Artemis I. We did do the full skip there, so we understand how the rest of the vehicle behaves, and done an extensive ground test program to understand how this heat shield behaves, and then so we can expand that to a larger skip, a real skip entry, starting with Artemis III again. So this is just one piece of our test flight program to get the full capability. I wouldn't say we're losing anything by going with the lofted entry on this flight. We knew that going into it, and we've built in the ground test program to get us the full skip entry for the future.
We'll do one more question on the phone, then come back to the room. The next question is from Nell Greenfield-Boyce with NPR.
Thank you. I'm asking a little bit more about the reentry inspection. So it seems like the heat shield's really kind of covered up. So I'm wondering, like, what you all are really looking for in the inspection. You said everything looked fine, but I'm wondering, what wouldn't be fine. And I'm also wondering, do we have any data on the heat shield that can't be seen? I don't know what it would be. I'm assuming not, but I'm just asking what, if anything's known about what's going on in the parts that are covered. Thanks.
Yeah, so the inspection we did was primarily for the back shells, and so that's I think it's about 1,300 different back shell tiles that are covered with that SIOX tape in most cases. So we're just looking to see if we see any notable damage that might give us a concern, that might want us to change how we do our reentry profile. The tiles themselves are very robust, and they have huge levels of margin, so we can accommodate some MMOD damage without compromising the vehicle. So we're just looking to evaluate, do we see anything that would be beyond what we think we can accommodate, and we really didn't see anything at all. So that's what we're looking at. In terms of the heat shield, no, we're not getting data off of that at this time. That's been covered with the service module. And so we will not be getting any data off of that until we hit that separation phase.
Bill Harwood with CBS. A question for Lily. Is Lily still on the line?
Yes.
Can you go over the crew extraction sequence? In other words, which astronaut comes off first? Do you alternate one on one chopper, one on the other, and then rotate back through? Can you like tell us who's first off, who's last off, and how they sequence the choppers? Thanks.
Yes, I can definitely answer that. The nominal plan is to open the hatch, and the first medic will go in and assess the crew right away, and then he will be helping the first crew member in seat 3, which is actually Jeremy, and then the second medic will enter, and he will go to Reid, and then we'll have the 2 follow-on medics along with the medical officer. The Navy medical officer will go in and take care of Victor and Christina. Once they assess that everything's well, the plan is to egress Christina first, then Victor, then Jeremy, and then Reid. Of course, if there are any situations medically where there's some concern, the medical officer has the right to egress the person who is impaired first, if needed. And that's pretty much the sequence that we will also pick up via helicopter.
We'll go with Will.
Thank you. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time. Question to Rick. You mentioned the remaining manual piloting events that are still left. Can you talk about which crew members are going to be doing what? And then just a quick one to Lakeisha. We've heard the crew during each of the crew planning briefings talk about the lights on the Avatar experiments. Some are on, some are off. Can you explain what a light being off actually means? Thanks.
As far as the manual piloting demonstration this afternoon, all 4 crew members are scheduled for that event, and from what I recall pre-flight, Reid really wanted to ensure that this spacecraft could be flown by pilots and non-pilots, and so I would expect everyone to have an opportunity to have a chance to fly the spacecraft so that we can understand the handling capabilities of Orion, both from a pilot's perspective as well as from a non-pilot, because by demonstrating that Orion is capable of being flown by pilots and non-pilots, you open the door for a wider range of future astronaut selections and flight crew assignments, because you no longer have to be beholden to there being a test pilot in the commander and pilot seats. You can really allow anyone in the astronaut corps to help fly that spacecraft.
Yeah, to your question about Avatar, we will get you someone to get you a specific answer about the lights on, lights off, but that's an autonomously run system. It's still got good power to it, and it is still functioning. It reported back that it's still functioning as it should. Right, so we'll be looking forward to getting that off of the ship to get the data from it at the end of the mission. Yes.
Hello, my name is Ed Lavendera with CNN. Thank you for taking the time today. Can you talk about, and this might be a question for Lily and Reid, how many aircraft, drones, kind of getting eyes on the capsule as it's coming back in for reentry? And is that number kind of standard, or is it more because this is the first time there's been a crew on this particular capsule re-entering?
Lily, do you want to take that one? I think you would probably be better suited to answer it.
I think it's good. Thank you. And Debbie can confirm that there's going to be at least 7 different aircraft, sci-fi aircraft at different altitudes imaging the vehicle. And Debbie, correct me if I got that wrong.
Yeah, that's correct, and it's a lot more than we had on Artemis I. We've added quite a few more air assets to capture more imagery as the vehicle is coming down.
Correct. So besides those satellites, planes. We will be using 2 of the Navy military helicopters, MH-60s, with our own gimbals. They're going to be at different altitudes who will be much closer to the splashdown, taking imaging of the splashdown all the way until splashdown. If for some reason we have clouds, we also have additional gimbals on the bow of the ship to be able to capture that landing right when it happens right in front of the ship for us.
Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. I was hoping to talk a little more about this being a test flight. We've talked a lot about the toilet, but can you give us a little more information on the water valve and the service module issues that you hope to learn from?
Sure. I think early in the mission we talked about a water valve in the water on-off valve in the potable water system that had we saw had inadvertently closed. And so because that's in the service module, we will not be getting the service module back. And so we have designed a bit of a test to do. I think it's happening later today. The timeline's moving around a bit, but to kind of do some additional opening and closing of different valves in that system to learn more about those behaviors. Always taking into account we never will put us at risk of not having water available. So we're actually doing this, now that I think about it, it's later in the mission to make sure that we have all the water we need and we're done with any access to that system that's required. So that's one of the things we're doing, just to learn about the valves in that system, since we won't be getting the service module back.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week for Debbie. Can you discuss a little bit the applicability of the data that's going to be collected about the heat shield wear on Artemis II for the heat shields that are being changed for Artemis, actually 4 in particular, and also for 3 since it's not going to be coming back from a lunar orbit? Just what value is that information now? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure prepared to talk to you about Artemis 3 today, but the value of the data off Artemis 2, we are flying a different profile, but we have what we expect to see on that heat shield based on that profile and based on our ground testing. So a lot of this data we get is to validate the models and the testing we saw on the ground to make sure we're able to recreate behavior in testing on the ground, and then we can use the recreations on the ground to actually test what we want to do in the future. So we are building what we call the permeable heat shield for Artemis 3 that is designed for lunar returns. We've been talking about Artemis 3 now being maybe a LEO or a HEO mission. Again, we get data back regardless, and so we can look at the heating on that heat shield from return, correlate it to our models, correlate it to our ground testing, and so it's not you have to have those lunar returns. We can use that data to help prove out that design as we move forward.
Okay, we'll go there and then to the gentleman in front of you.
Hi, Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites. This is perhaps a question for Debbie. How is the risk assessment for micrometeoroids or orbital debris completed?
There's a very defined tool we use called PRA, probabilistic risk assessment, where we actually look at all of the things that create risk for the mission, and MMOD is one of those items. And so we have MMOD predictions for the environments that we're flying in, the orbits we're flying in, and those feed into that tool, and that's how we determine where that risk falls in that regime. We designed the spacecraft to try and be tolerant to MMOD strikes by putting a lot of margin into our TPS materials and flying in certain ways to keep the MMOD away from where we don't want it to be. So not a lot we can do with what's out there, but we try and characterize it and analyze to it so we understand what we're accepting.
Okay, we can go to you, and then we'll take another question from the phone.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. I have a question for Rick. I want to ask how reentry for this mission looks different than it did for Artemis I, and also recent missions over the last couple of decades, how this is specifically different. And then if I could also get a quick confirmation to tonight's press conference. I tried to figure out if this is the first press conference from deep space before, or at least out of Earth orbit, and couldn't figure that out at 100%. So if anyone has that confirmation.
Well, on that one, we'll have to go back and look what they did during Apollo. So we'll get back to you.
As far as the changes on entry between Artemis I and Artemis II, the most significant difference is the range from entry interface to splashdown. We've talked a number of times about how we've shortened the entry range We're down around 2,000 miles for this mission, and that's a function of the certification of the heat shield.
And we did just actually get a quick follow-up that there were in-flight opportunities with the crew during Apollo. Okay, we'll go to the phone. We'll get a question from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thanks, Rachel. Just a couple of things for Rick. Rick, how long does the period of max velocity that you mentioned last? And can you talk about sort of the expectations for crew during reentry? Are they expected to be silent, make verbal observations about what's going on? Thanks.
Yeah, the period of max velocity shouldn't last long. We're continuing to speed up as we speak. We're getting closer and closer to Earth, and our velocity is increasing, and it'll peak out right around entry interface. As for what's going on in the cockpit, it'll be very similar to when you're on board a aircraft flying commercial. The pilots are nothing but professional because they're focused on the task at hand, and so I expect the cockpit to be silent as Reid and Victor monitor the spacecraft performance. If all goes nominal, they will not need to take any actions, but they have been trained working with my team of flight controllers to respond in the event that we are faced with an off-nominal scenario.
Our next question is from Joseph Howlett with Scientific American.
Hi. From the mission thus far, I'm curious if there's any lessons you've learned that have informed the plan for reentry. Are there any new risks or contingencies that you're thinking about based on what you've learned so far aboard?
As far as what we've learned throughout the mission that has changed how we've done entry, we really have had a really well-functioning spacecraft. My team is going to take the console tomorrow, and we're going to have a briefing with the flight crew in preparation for entry. And really, we don't have any major things. Debbie's got the water valve testing that they talked about, but again, we're going to jettison the service module. The crew module propulsion system is nominal. We're going to activate that tomorrow and see how it's functioning. And so we're planning a nominal entry with procedures just as we had developed them pre-flight.
Joey.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. What's the temperature going to be inside the cabin at peak heating or peak velocity? And for any of the little tiny problems that have popped up during this mission, like the toilet and that weird smell that the crew was experiencing, is there anything you have to do with those before re-entry, or is there any problems they might pose during re-entry? Thanks.
I would say from a hardware standpoint, nothing we're doing on those relative to reentry. We have not had any reports of that smell again, and so we'll look more into that in the crew module when it gets back. Things like the wastewater venting, we have some new work planned on the dock at the Naval Base San Diego to try and get some early data off of that system. So we're modifying some things on the ground as soon as it gets here to get some data back very quickly, but nothing that we're changing in the mission profile relative to those items.
And recall on entry, the crew will be suited with their visors down in a pressurized suit so that they're going to get cool air, and so regardless of the cabin temperature, they'll remain cool and comfortable in their suits.
Jackie Goller for the Times of London. I wondered if Lily could just tell us, are there any other recovery or rescue assets in the area? The expectation that the capsule is just going to plop right in front of the vessel. I was just wondering if there's other stuff in the area in case it doesn't. And also, could anybody just talk us through how you, what's going to happen with the astronauts after they come back here? Has there been conversation about what their wishes are in terms of public appearance and so on? Thank you.
Okay, this is Lily. I'll answer the first one. Yes, we still are working with the military to ensure that if there is an off-nominal event, that we have rescue forces ready to go to the site of the off-nominal landing. And so we have C-17s with PJs that are stationed at Joint Base Charleston, ready to deploy if needed. And then we have C-17 with PJs, and also all of the hardware that's needed to rescue the crew at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, ready to go at entry. So we're pretty much covered if there is an off-nominal event and they do not land where the ship is. Now, if they land, a short distance from the ship, obviously we will start heading towards the splashdown site. And I'll let somebody else take the second question.
Yes, we do hope to have an opportunity to hear directly from the crew once they return to Earth several days after their return. Okay, let's come down to the front row here.
Zachary Albert with the Launchpad. Can you take us through the timeline of getting the experiments and science out of Orion? I know coming home from the ISS, there's some that we rapidly get back off the vessel. Is there any plans with that with Orion, or is it going to more just ship back with it when it comes back to Florida?
It's a combination. There's early desto bags that come out right away. They get shipped back on aircraft. Some of the data storage that's got some of the imagery and other technical data will actually be downloading those cards onto computers, making copies there in San Diego. So it's a combination depending on the criticality, and then the vehicle itself comes back, with the rest of the equipment.
TJ.
TJ Muscare with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much. For Lakeisha, sorry if I missed it earlier. I know we were talking about radiation data. Have you all been able to gather or have any of that radiation data downlinked yet? And have you guys been able to take a look at it? Or is that all going to be after?
So I think I was referring to the Avatar data, and that data will obviously be brought off of the ship once it's returned.
Okay, we'll take one from the phone. This from Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial. A question maybe for Rick. This is not regarding entry, but the simulation that the crew performed with the oxus. I would like to know if they provided some feedback after this exercise. I understand that they were doing in different speeds, how they felt about it, and if you received some feedback from this test. Thank you.
Manuel, we have not, we're not hearing you quite clearly. Can you try again, please?
Yes, I apologize. Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial. I was asking Rick if he can provide, if the astronauts gave some feedback regarding the test with the oxysuits on board the capsule a few days ago. They were doing at different speeds, and I wonder if the crew provided some feedback of improving the process, or if they felt okay with it.
So I'm not particularly aware of any specific feedback that we've gotten yet from the ox-suits from putting them on before, from putting them on earlier in the mission. But the experience gained from having a chance to put them on during the mission and not just before entry is invaluable to the crew. They will have, no one's put an ox-suit on in zero gravity before, and so the lessons that they learned from doing it in a arguably less stressful time in the middle of the mission, it's going to pay dividends for when they have to put it on entry day, when there is a little bit of a time constraint, because we need to ensure that they're suited and seated before entry.
Miles.
Hi, Miles Doran, CBS News. One question for Rick and one for Debbie. Rick, how long before entry interface and roughly at what altitude, if you know it, are you switching back over to TDRS and getting GPS back? How quickly is that sequence of events happening? And Debbie, after Artemis I, the main parachutes and the forward bay cover weren't able to be recovered for inspection. Is there anything you wish you knew about how they performed that you don't know based on other data that you were able to get? Thanks.
So as far as the handover from the Deep Space Network to TDRS, that's going to occur approximately 38 minutes prior to entry interface. Once the handover is complete, you'll hear a comm check from Capcom to confirm we have a good link. And I just think this is a good time to acknowledge that the Deep Space Network has been performing exceptionally through the mission. It was a watch item as we were preparing for the mission over the past couple of months. But the team that has been managing those systems and ensuring good communications has really performed tremendously, and their efforts pre-flight have paid dividends.
Yeah, I'd say on the parachute question, the Artemis 1 was one data point, and so we really don't, it's a demonstration of how the parachutes perform, but our certification is really based on extensive ground tests where we are, chunking parachute assets out the back of a plane in Yuma and looking at all different kind of corners of the box when you have one chute out or two chutes out or one drogue and you miss a main. And so you're doing these tests on the ground to really prove out that system. So I'd say, not getting the asset back, that, you can always learn by visually inspecting it when it comes back, but that's not what we base our certification on. We are putting the parachutes for Artemis II on the, we would like to recover them and see if we get those back. But part of the reason of adding all the additional air assets that we spoke of earlier was to get some really good imagery of those chutes if we don't get them back.
Okay, we'll take one or two more, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up. Go ahead.
Hi, Nick Notario with ABC 13. Question, Rick, for you. Give us the difficulty about what you're going to do relative to the launch, the lunar flyby. For people at home, how hard is this splashdown that you all are trying to accomplish? And what are the nerves like here at JSC to make sure that those astronauts return safely to Earth?
I don't know if it's necessarily harder. I think it's just a different environment. It's very dynamic, so similarly to the launch environment, there's not a lot of time to react. When we're performing the launch of any rocket, no matter who's in charge of the launch, there's not a lot of time to respond. And we've talked a little bit, and we showed the video of the engineering team and how the operations teams and engineering teams have been working well together. Unfortunately, when we're in a really time-critical, dynamic environment, we don't have as much of an opportunity to exchange information and talk through nuances of failures. And so what's different for entry is more that there's more of a reliance on the operations teams as the experts to provide a recommendation and safely ensure that the astronauts return home.
I'll just mention that Debbie mentioned a little earlier about the probabilistic risk assessment. We don't talk a lot comparatively about the risk of one part of the mission relative to another, but obviously, launching the rocket and ascent is a significant part of the risk that we've retired and is behind us. But obviously, we're down to the wire now. We're down to the end of the mission. And obviously getting the crew back home and getting them landed safely is a significant part of the risk that's still in front of us. So.
Okay, we'll take one final question here, and then we'll go ahead and conclude. You just wait for the mic.
Thanks for taking my question. And I'm very sorry, it brings up the dreaded toilet again. But there was some conversation between the crew and control, I think it was yesterday, about the volume in the tank needing to keep on top of that ahead of re-entry. I was just wondering if you could give me some more information about what that concern might have been, or whether it even is a real concern. I take it from your previous answers, you're happy about the conditions for re-entry, but why could that be an issue? And if it is an issue, has it been resolved?
Yeah, I think the issue that, if it's specific to re-entry, is with that tank, it's not, we've been talking for the last few days, it's not venting as effectively as we had hoped or had planned. And so that tank may have more volume in it on re-entry day than our initial models had analyzed. And so we're just looking at, with a tank of that volume, are we okay? And we're perfectly fine. So just double checking loads and things like that. And CG of the spacecraft, things are moved around and packed differently, so all that's part of that assessment we do right before re-entry.
Okay, we'll go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank our participants for joining us today. We do have one time change coming up with the crew news conference scheduled for later this evening. That will occur approximately an hour later. Plan to start at 9:45 Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. You can stay tuned for all the latest updates, including imagery, at nasa.gov, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks for joining us following our daily press conference. We are live here in the Artemis Mission Control Room, and I'm joined by Seth Lambert, developer of Arrow, the Artemis real-time orbit website that we have all loved keeping track of. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
So can you tell us about how Arrow works? How do you get that telemetry from Orion and then turn it into something that we can all access?
Yeah, absolutely. So Orion's thousands of sensors are downlinking telemetry to mission control here, and the Flight Operations Directorate takes that data, pulls out a subset of it, and passes it along to me. Arrow ingests it as text, and then goes through a parsing algorithm, evaluates that everything is looking good, and then applies the vehicle data like position, velocity, orientation to a 3D model of Orion, and then it takes the time data and passes that to the astronomy calculator, and that's how we get the position of the moon and sun relative to Earth so that we have Orion in the context of the mission as a whole and accurate lighting.
An astronomy calculator. That is so interesting. Well, longtime fans of Artemis will remember that we also had Arrow for Artemis 1. So can you tell me what has changed since then?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the telemetry parameters have changed nominally. There's also new components to this flight. There was ICPS and the RPO maneuver, but there's also a lot of work that went into updating the graphics for Arrow this time around, as well as adding in the mobile app.
Well, I remember when Arrow started as an intern project of yours, and your background is in game development. That's that right? How did you end up at NASA, and how do your game development skills contribute to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I started as an intern while I was getting my education in game development. I kind of just fell into it. I never anticipated that I'd end up at NASA. I started developing a educational kiosk app, and when the opportunity to make Arrow came up, I jumped on it. Turns out there's a lot of overlap in the mathematics.
The Flywheel team, this is a great device. We really enjoyed it in this small cabin. It's perfect, and it gave us a lot of good opportunity to get our heart rate up and also get some great resistance exercise. So we just wanted to shout out a nice thank you. Here we go. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the words and the cheers.
That was Commander Reid Wiseman calling down that they have finished exercise for the mission, and that's worth celebrating. So sorry to interrupt you, but please tell us more about your background and how that helped you build Arrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the mathematics that go into 3D game development and tracking a spacecraft. Actually, they're two of the only industries that use the math concept called quaternions, which is an extension of the complex numbers into 4 dimensions to track rotations in space.
Wow, that's fascinating. And I love having you here because that's a different background than a lot of people realize that we need at NASA. So I really appreciate that. But the public has really enjoyed keeping up with Arrow. What has been your favorite part of the mission so far?
I think my favorite part has been seeing the reaction online to Arrow and seeing it be a spark that people latch onto, and it gets them curious and asking questions and engaging in discussion online with each other about this mission and about what they're seeing through Arrow. And it's been really wonderful to see so many people excited to learn, excited to follow the mission, and feel like they're a part of it through Arrow.
That's so cool. Well, we're showing Arrow right now here on the broadcast. And my last question is, besides the broadcast, where can people keep up with Arrow?
During the mission, Arrow is available online at www.nasa.gov/trackartemis and on the front page of the NASA mobile app.
Very cool. Well, Seth Lambert, developer of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, I'm so happy that we got to have you here. We have shown Arrow so many times during the mission, and it just makes perfect sense that we would get to talk to you today. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Houston, integrity for the repress 1 note.
Go ahead.
Hey, we called down a couple days ago about our contingency LIO, either the LIO canisters or the bubble wrap expanding in the depress. Well, everything is back to the right size now, and it all fits back in its stowage area, so that's great news.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal. Thank you.
That call from Commander Reid Wiseman down to the ground, keeping us updated on the cabin pressurization. During today's press conference, the crew aboard Orion was instructed to don their hearing for cabin repressurization. The cabin pressure at that time was 10.48, and we are now up to 12.73. Additionally, we are tracking a shift to our crew news conference tonight that is now targeted for 9:45 p.m. Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 40 minutes into the flight of Orion for the Artemis II mission. Currently, the spacecraft is 187,694 miles away from Earth. As you can see, that little crescent Earth is even bigger than we saw it this morning. We've recently heard the crew call down that they are complete with exercise, and that wraps up exercise for them for the entire mission. Tomorrow, they will be busy configuring the spacecraft and reviewing their entry procedures. During the briefing, we also heard the crew call down that all of 4 crew members had completed their orthostatic intolerance garment testing. All crew members took turns testing and evaluating that orthostatic intolerance garment that's worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit, or OX suit, and that helps the astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during the transition back to Earth's gravity. That garment is used to apply lower body compression. With those activities complete, the crew members are starting to move into their midday meal period. So on the menu for lunch on flight day 8, we have beef stew, smoked turkey, cauliflower and cheese, tropical fruit salad, chocolate pudding cake, chicken noodle soup, roasted turkey, fish with mango salsa, braised red cabbage, pasta with shrimp, beef steak, potatoes, and the cosmic brownie. Coming up, Reid Wiseman and Christina Koch are also scheduled to conduct some National Geographic interviews. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II. The crew is equipped with multiple GoPros, both Max and Hero 11, and every day they are timelined to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic. That includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and other thoughts on the mission. In about an hour, we also expect to have a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency.
to Houston for Victor and the extra accelerometer task we discussed at morning TPC. Hey, Victor, just for data correlation on the ground, when you do that 5-minute accelerometer test, please give us a call at the beginning and the end of that 5 minutes.
Will do, and if you want, I can put that in work now.
Victor, we'd love to take that now. Thank you.
Okay, Houston, the accelerometers are coming on in 3, 2, 1, hack. Accelerometers on, 5-minute timer started.
Copy, on for 5 minutes. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 6 days, 23 hours, and 52 minutes. Meaning this time last week, we had resumed that 10-minute hold, and we were in countdown for liftoff of Orion on the Space Launch System rocket. Currently, Orion is 187,283 miles from Earth and continuing to grow closer. This view coming from a camera mounted on one of its solar arrays, looking toward us on Earth.
Houston shutting down the accelerometers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, off.
Copy, accelerometers off. Thank you, sir. Integrity Houston for timeline look ahead.
Go ahead, Houston.
All right, one more timeline delta with the addition of the leak test for prop. The afternoon news conference, that's your PAO event currently at about MET 3 hours 10, is going to move about an hour to the right. So we'll come up ALS on Madrid. We'll spend about 30 minutes doing prop stuff with you, and then give you 30 minutes to set up the cameras and so forth and start the PAO event after that.
Okay, sounds great.
It's Capcom Stan Love in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, speaking with the crew. Again, our public affairs event this evening will now begin at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled caution. That's part of our cabin repress. It should clear on its own soon.
Copy. Thanks, Dan.
NASA astronaut and capsule communicator Stan Love calling to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. They received a caution about their cabin pressure. However, it will clear out on its own after the oxygen levels out inside the cabin. We are currently repressurizing Orion. There was a demonstration flight test objective to have the cabin pressure at 10.2 psi. That repressurization has been going on for about an hour and a half now, and the pressure is currently at 13.27. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days and 6 minutes, meaning it has officially been a week since Orion launched to fly around the moon and come back home to Earth, targeting that splashdown in 2 days, 1 hour, 25 minutes in the Pacific Ocean. We do expect to see the crew and hear from them shortly during the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. That'll be in about 40 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You are looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft and our home planet, Earth. Earth will continue to grow in the frame as we are targeting splashdown now in 2 days, 1 hour, and 16 minutes. The crew is currently enjoying their midday meal, and we expect to see and hear from them in about 30 minutes for the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, and you are looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft and a live view of Earth. Now today we were expecting to do a dock cam demo and a manual piloting demo, but early in the mission, the team observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system. They isolated a branch of that oxygen pressurization system, and when that was isolated, the oxygen tank pressure increase halted and those pressures steadied out. So since then, teams have been discussing that configuration, and that was flight day 2. They've developed a test plan to further understand the aux pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. They ran that test plan through simulations today, and the team is ready to execute that test this evening. Of course, we do have limited time remaining in the mission, and we want to execute this test while the crew is awake so they could back up any commands from mission control. Both the initially planned docking camera demo and manual piloting demo would change the spacecraft attitude and use that prop system. So in order to provide a steady environment for evaluating the test data, mission management approved canceling both of those demos this evening. Of course, we have gotten several checkouts with the docking camera already, as well as we did complete some manual piloting, both during the manual piloting demo earlier this week, as well as during the proximity operations demonstration after launch. Also, to provide time to get that test started, we moved the crew news conference by 1 hour, and it's now starting at 9:45 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity Houston, Jeremy, we see you on camera. And Jeremy, we see your mouth moving with the handheld mic, but are not receiving audio. And below that, we have you on Building 8 audio. Wilco.
A look inside the Orion spacecraft right now at Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He will be conducting a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event coming up. This is Hansen's first flight to space. Meanwhile, his crewmates, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Koch, are in their midday meal period. In the background, just behind Jeremy Hansen, you can see the RISE Zero Gravity Indicator. RISE took over the NASA Artemis social media accounts today, so if you're looking for more content on him, you can check them out at NASA Artemis. Now in frame behind Jeremy Hansen is pilot of the Artemis II mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Floating into frame for a moment there, Commander Reid Wiseman. Again, the
Houston integrity for images for downlink.
Go ahead, Reid.
ACN, I put a single photo in a folder entitled For Matthew Dominic to share with CB on PCD1. If you could get that picture to him, I'd appreciate it.
We will get that crucial piece of imagery to Matthew Dominic.
Okay, excellent. I was trying to reduce the size of it on Goldstone, and it kept corrupting, so hopefully that file itself is not corrupt. It's the NEF. Sorry, it's a little bit larger.
Roger, we'll take a look.
That was NASA astronaut and Artemis II commander Reid Wiseman calling down about something they are sending to their friend, fellow NASA astronaut Matt Dominic. Meanwhile, we are standing by for the start of the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. We expect that to start in about 13 minutes. If you look closely, floating in the background are a pair of solar eclipse glasses. During the crew's lunar flyby on flight day 6, they were the first humans to witness a solar eclipse from the moon. Now, this solar eclipse was not visible from Earth. It was only visible to the crew when the moon passed in front of the sun. They were able to put on those eclipse glasses until the moment of totality, during which they were even able to see the corona of the sun around the moon. There's some incredible photos available from that portion of the lunar flyby during the time they were in the solar eclipse, as well as the rest of the flyby. Some beautiful photos of the moon. You can find those on images.nasa.gov or on NASA's social media. There's even a selfie of everyone in those eclipse glasses. This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 7 days, 39 minutes. We are on flight day 8, and as earlier reported, we were anticipating the manual piloting demo, the second half of that, and the docking camera demo this evening. Those have been canceled. They are going to conduct a prop pressurization test. Our public affairs event is also being shifted. That will start at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central. We are also just moments away from a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event. As you can see, astronaut Jeremy Hansen there, center of your screen, getting set up. That event will start in 5 minutes. So far today, the crew aboard the spacecraft did a test with their orthostatic intolerance garments. These are essentially a compression garment worn on the lower half of the body and can help reacclimate the astronauts ahead of their return to Earth. They also got in their last exercise before return. Tomorrow will be a very busy day with cabin configuration and studying their entry procedures.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Integrity. We sure are.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Jenny from Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Jenny, hello and thank you. Integrity, this is Josh Kutrick at the Canadian Space Agency in St. Hubert. How do you hear us? He hears us.
We got you loud and clear, Josh. Great to hear your voice. We got Jenny and Capcom, and it's great to have you on board Integrity. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, guys. We're good? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeremy, and to your crew aboard, we have a very special guest tonight who would like to say a few words to you. And so, c'est avec grand plaisir que je passe la parole au très honorable Mark Carney, Premier Ministre du Canada.
Merci beaucoup, Joshua. Et tout d'abord, Jeremy, je veux commencer en français parce que tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes sont tellement fiers de vous pour bien des raisons. Mais c'était incroyable de vous entendre parler français pour la première fois dans l'espace. And as I say, Canadians are so proud of what you're doing and the collaboration. And I just want to have a chance, if I may. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled to be speaking with you, Jeremy, and the crew. We've all been watching and inspired by what you're doing. And I just want to, I'm conscious. I spoke to the president the other day. I think he may have mentioned just how proud we are to be associated with this mission. And, it strikes us in Canada, there's such an incredible team, from the engineers who designed Orion and the rockets to mission control, to Jenny and the team there, the four of you. And I wonder if you just, enlighten us a bit about some of the lessons that you've learned over the years and up there in terms of teamwork and collaboration. I mean, this is such a unique example for the world and beyond. And I heard last point pilot Glover say, I think it was on Easter, he was looking back at what he called Spaceship Earth, and what lessons we can take here on how to work together better down on Earth.
Premièrement, c'est un honneur pour nous d'avoir le Premier ministre à bord le vaisseau Integrity. Alors, merci beaucoup pour ça. Et pour moi, c'est juste important de communiquer que je suis tellement fier du Canada. C'est le Canada qui a fait le travail de créer cette opportunité d'être ici dans l'espace lointain. Alors, Canada, je suis aussi fier de vous. Also, why don't I pass the word or the mic around a little bit? I think my colleagues would love to say a couple words, and they know a lot about collaboration. You can see we got our flags here together. We're better together, and I'll pass the mic.
Perfect. Greetings, Prime Minister Carney. I just wanted to say thank you for the amazing hospitality, and we look forward to sharing all of the discoveries and pictures and experiences with the people of Canada when we get back. And I think I'll just say one word about teamwork is willingness. Willingness is a huge ingredient in a successful team.
I'll just add that I flew to the International Space Station in 2014, and before we go up there, we have to go to Montreal to the Canadian Space Agency and do training up there. And it was amazing. In just 1 week of my robotics training up there, I have lifelong friends from Canada, and I am honored to serve alongside Jeremy, Josh, and Jenny, truly the finest astronauts I have ever met.
I completely agree. I love my crewmates' words. I think we're so in agreement on this. And really, the answer to your question in so many ways, we are an example, I hope, of that collaboration, about how when you go together, when you bring in partners and contributors that are all excited about the same mission but have different talents, how you can go so much farther. It may be more complicated, but I think what we've shown time and time again, both in the International Space Station and with this vehicle and this mission, is that the impacts are just so much greater and they're compounded.
Amazing, amazing. Well, can I pick up on just a couple of things you said? One is on hospitality, and it's great that you've been to Canada. I want to extend the invite on behalf of all Canadians to come to Canada. Certainly come to Ottawa. Don't look too closely right now. You'll notice that it's still pretty white, but it's the snow is going to go. And I just wonder, a lot of Canadians just want one point of reassurance that the preference is for maple syrup over Nutella on your pancakes in the morning. I'll take that as a yes. I hope.
Absolutely, sir. I can send Christina to get the syrup right away, but we definitely have it on board. It can make another guest appearance.
That's excellent. I'm going to ask two questions. I'm conscious of the time.
She'll bring it over. While I have the mic for a second. All right, over to you.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. I'll squeeze in two questions. Well, by the way, we all trust you. You don't have to prove it. But I'm going to ask a serious. Well, they're both serious questions. And the first one was, Jeremy, you said the other day that this mission is a risk for a good reason, which really struck me, and it struck me as well. In the countdown when there were some tolerances, and Mission Control had to decide that, it was risk and it was good to go, and everyone signed off. So you're taking risks for a good reason. And I just wonder, maybe expand on that a bit. You've got lots of young people watching and inspired, and, the challenge that there is, and it's a positive challenge for this generation. But the other question, which I'll squeeze in, is, we have been following here that the wake-up songs that you've had from Sleepyhead to Tokyo Drifting. My daughter's making a playlist, so she wants to get some feedback on your favorites, your favorite wake-up songs.
Well, I'll start with the wake-up song, and maybe I'll get it from the crew. But my family suggested the one this morning, Under Pressure, and so that's been my favorite so far. How about I go around? And then I'll wrap up this question.
My wife actually replaced one of my songs with the song Mandisa Good Morning, and it's just a very pleasant. It was actually really pleasant to wake up to, and so I give her a shout out, and that was my favorite one.
And I won't quite take responsibility for Pink Pony Club, although it probably is my responsibility. But Tokyo Drifting is a song that my daughters and I listen to every year when we go on our annual vacation to Florida. And so that one meant the most to me.
Yeah, the wake-up songs have been absolute perfection. However, they did cut off Pink Pony Club before the chorus, so I really was just singing it all day after that. My song was Sleepyhead because it was after a 4-hour nap after being awake for I'm not sure how long, but many, 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 many hours, and I knew that we would need a little backup on that.
All right, and my second favorite song will be on Landing Day, but I'll let you wait to see what that one is. I think it's appropriate for the day. The one more thing you asked about risk, and we do think risk is necessary, but calculated risk, well thought out risk, and risk that you balance with others. And so for youth that are making those decisions, do it in collaboration with others. People will point out when you're out over your skis, and so you have to be smart about how you take risks. But as a country, country, we have to be willing to have some failures. And we fail in this space program, but we assure ourselves we're not going to stay or rest in those failures. We're going to push through them. And so as you've been leading our country, we know we have to do some things. We have some work to do. We have to be willing to have some failures and be okay with that, but ultimately knowing that we're just going to persist and win in the final calculation. Before you leave us, Prime Minister, I did want to show you this. We have this on board flying, and when we get back, we'd love to make sure this gets to you. So I wrote your name on the back, well, your title on the back. Make sure that it gets to you. Over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. If I may, thank you, Reid, Victor, Christina, Jenny. Extraordinary experience. And I just reinforce what you just said. Whether it's in Canada, the United States, right around the world, the examples that you're showing of how to reach literally for the stars, reach for the moon, and not just be satisfied with that, because you're setting a platform for the world to go even farther. And it's hugely inspiring in all walks of life. Canadians couldn't be more proud of you personally, but this mission and our collaboration with the United States. So thank you for making the time, and Godspeed, and enjoy the rest of the mission. And we look forward to seeing you here at some point in Canada for maple syrup on pancakes.
Thank you. Thank you.
We love it. We love it, sir. That's great.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Jeremy. I would now like to invite the Honourable Mélanie Joly, Minister responsible for the Canadian Space Agency. The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you, Josh.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Jeremy. It's really a pleasure to see you and all the crew. Ça me fait vraiment plaisir de te voir. Écoute, on est extrêmement fiers, tout le monde ici, la grande famille de l'Agence spatiale canadienne. On te dit bonjour, puis on te dit à quel point on est fiers de toi. And what I wanted to tell you is how much I've heard time and time again, people from across the country saying, oh my God, we're so not only proud, but it's good news. We're following because they're providing hope, and Jeremy is actually helping us go through our days. Because sometimes things can be a bit heavy, and there is sometimes anxiety, but all of you four have been really, really good news. And so I just wanted to convey that. And now, I know we can talk about maple syrup, and yes, you guys, you're invited to come here. Bien entendu, on va vous amener à la cabane à sucre avec plaisir. Avec plaisir. Mais j'aimerais savoir, what, now that you're a bit, you know, you've gone the furthest away from Earth and therefore from humankind, I have a deep question. Do you have a new perspective on humankind as you're coming back, or not? Does that change your point of view on things, or not? It just, you know, I think it's a question that many of us ask each other. Donc voilà, c'est ma question. Après toi, Jérémy. Merci encore.
I think it's an excellent question, and you know, the answer for me. Merci. I think it's an excellent question, and for me personally, it hasn't changed my perspective at all. I've seen some amazing things. The viewpoints and the perspective. I've seen new perspectives, but my perspective on humanity and our place on planet Earth has not changed, because I launched with the perspective that I think there is enough for all. The purpose of humanity is joy and lifting one another up, creating together versus destroying. And that's how I launched. And I launched with the expectations. We often say in this crew, we don't want to set expectations, but I launched with the expectation that I would see the proof of it with my own eyes, and I definitely have. And I think that's really reassuring. And I'm glad, we're all glad. We've been just receiving some touching messages up here. Yours was very heartfelt. We felt it up here. And we're glad that we can remind people that we can do better as a human race by lifting one another up and collaborating. Alors, merci pour la question. C'est vraiment important pour nous à penser des choses comme ça.
That was the best.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Josh. Thank
Very
you.
nice to see you.
Thank you. And I think there's lots of young people that want to ask questions.
We should do that. We should go right to questions. So, moving right along, Jeremy, Artemis, don't go anywhere. We'll start with a question from the room. Ella.
Hi. I am Ella Macumber, and I'm from Gunawaga, and I attend to Gunawaga Survival School. How does seeing Earth from space change your view on life?
It's another deep question, and I've been to your school. I remember it well. I had a great experience there. I have to release my colleagues back to work because there's no rest up here. There's always a lot to do. So I'm going to send them off, and then I'm going to answer your question. Thanks for joining me. Appreciate it.
I hope we get to visit you.
Victor says he hopes he gets to visit your school as well. And like I was saying to Minister Joly, my perspective hasn't expressly changed, but I do think it's important to reinforce that, well, what I have seen up here has reinforced my perspective. We live on this extraordinary planet Earth, and it is truly out in the void of space. It was really unique to see it from the far side of the moon, to look through the moon and see this three-dimensional moon out in front of you, and like just so oddly, this enormous sphere hanging in space, and we were on the far side of it looking back and seeing planet Earth, and then watching planet Earth disappear. We saw the Earth set behind the moon, and then we waited a little while, we lost contact with Earth, and then to see the Earth rise again and to be able to talk to Jenny back in mission control. That is an amazing perspective, and it's something we already know from science, but to see it with your own eyes, wow, seeing is believing.
Thank you, Jeremy. There's some time for a few more. The next question is from Raya, Mississauga, Ontario.
We wanted to know, is there anything that you learned from the elders of the Turtle Lodge that impacted your journey to space?
Oh, I love that question. Yeah, I've had many Indigenous elders spend time with me on my travels across the country, and I've always enjoyed it. If I can give you one piece of advice, sit with your elders and ask questions, but listen intently. Every time I've stopped to listen, I learn these amazing things. You've probably seen my mission patch. I have it with me here. I flew with it on my knee board, actually. Let me make sure I got it upside right. You've probably seen this. This encompasses a few of the things that I learned from the elders. But when I left the Vision Quest, I had a better understanding of it. And these animals in our patch, in this patch that was created by Anishinaabe artist Henry Guimont from the Turtle Lodge, these animals represent some things that I try to think about every day. My mantra when I wake up is I am just going to try to spend my day walking with these attributes. And so I start with courage, humility, respect, love, honesty, wisdom, and truth. And my crewmates here and one of the instructors that we went on a backpacking expedition with taught us something about being in integrity. It's actually one of the reasons we named our spacecraft Integrity, is because as humans, you are not always in integrity. Sometimes you are in your